Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, 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 Moorish America, want to rise upon the 7 and give all praises. We rise upon the 7 within the circle of justice, mercy, love, and right, giving praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. I want to welcome you to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Mohadi Shabazel, and my ancient Kemetic high name being the same as Dr. Shedwa Minti El Muhajjid Shepsuel. But let us call forth our beloved Consul General of the Texas Territory, Dr. Marvin Nathaniel Elvis Bey, that he may open up the way. Islam.
Islam family and gratitude. Yes, I'm Dr. Marvin Elvis Bey, Consul General of the Texas Consulate, rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honors to his prophet, our prophet, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. Give high honors to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government. Give high honors to our Act 1. Give high honors to all of our officials. Give high honors to this class, our peers class. That's the Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class. Well, as I give honor to our host and instructor, master teacher, Dr. Shedwa Minti Muhajjid Shepsuel, for hosting and instructing this most powerful research class. So as I give honor to all those that aided in, well, I'm bringing it. Give honor to everything that's Moorish. And I will be opening our class according to law. And I will begin with our Kemetian Moorish American prayer. Ya Allah anuheru mekunetaru. Ya Allah abhetheru. Ya Allah ma'at haru. Ya Allah hotep haru. Ya Allah haru. Ya Allah ma'at herkuti. Ya Allah awajet dejuti. Ya Allah patem sutek patem heru. Ya Allah bamaduti. El hejjis reyab tu ali. Amen. Hallelujah. 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 In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my guide, O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day. O Allah, through your holy prophet, Drew Ali. Amen. Holy Issa, Holy Issa, Holy Issa. In our family, I began reading our Divine Constitution of Moorish America. Salvation, our God, unity. The Divine Constitution of Moorish America. Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the Chairman of Moorish America are in power to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known for the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopian, because these names were given to slaves by slave holders in 1779 and lasted until 1865, during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali the Prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine this divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessing be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. Now this meeting has been opened according to law, in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And now I will hand this meeting over to our National Assistant, Grand Secretary of the State, Dr. Dendra Ani Akurda Bey. Islam, you there, Goddess?
Islam, close as a love thought, Islam. Islam, Islam, Islam family. I am the National Assistant Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Dinger Ani Akurtabe. But first, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act One. I give honors to all my government officials. I give honors to our National Assistant Grand Chief for this wonderful class we're about to embark upon this morning. And I give honors to our Council General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, for opening us up according to law and reading our bylaws and our Constitution. And at this time, I will be reading our chapter of the week, chapter 59, coming from our Holy Quran. And it reads, Holy Instructions from the Prophet, the breath of heaven. Vaunt not thy body because it was first formed, nor of thy brain because therein thy soul resideth. Is not the master of the house more honorable than its walls? The ground must be prepared before corn be planted. The potter must build his furnace before he can make his porcelain. As the breath of heaven saith unto the waters of the deep, this way shall thy billows roll, and no other thus high, and no higher shall they raise their fury. So let thy spirit, O man, actuate and direct thy flesh, so let it repress its willingness. Thy body is as the globe of the earth, thy bones the pillars that sustain it on its basis. As the ocean giveth rise to spring, whose waters return again into its bosom through the rivers, so runneth thy life from thy outward, and so runneth it into its place again. Do not both retain their course forever? Behold, the same Allah ordained them. Is not thy nose the channel to perfumes, thy mouth the path to delicacies? Are not thy eyes the sentinels that watch for thee? Yet how often are they unable to distinguish truth from error? Keep thy soul in moderation. Teach thy spirit to be attentive to its good. So shall these it ministers be always to conveyance of truth. The conveyance of truth. Thine hand, is it not a miracle? Is there in creation aught like unto it? Wherefore was it given thee, but that thou mightest stretch it out to the assistance of thy brother? Why of all things living art thou alone made capable of blushing? The world shall read thy shame upon thy face. Therefore do nothing shameful. Fear and dismay, which robes thy countenance of its ruddy splendor. Avoid guilt, and thou shalt know that fear is beneath thee, that dismay is unnamely. Wherefore to thee alone speaks shadows in the vision of the pillow. Reverence them, for know that dreams are from on high. Though man alone can speak, wonder at thy glorious prerogative, and pay to him who gave it to thee a rational and welcome praise, teaching thy children wisdom, instructing the offspring of thy loins in piety. Islam, Islam, Islam. We will now turn everything back to our instructor, our National Assistant Grand Chief, Dr. Sadu Amenti El Mahejid Sepsuel. Are you there, God man?
Islamism. Can you hear me, Goddess and Queen?
Islam, I can hear you well.
Gratitude. Islam, Islam, Islamism without the schism. But let us rise upon the seven within the circle of justice, mercy, love, and right, and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously Honoring yourselves by being yourselves, we give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution, and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything, and I do mean everything, that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. And again, I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Mohadi Shabazz El. And my ancient Kemetic and high name being the same is Dr. Shedawamenti El Muhajjid Sheptuel. And we have a grand drawing family to go into this morning. And it's going to be a powerful measure. You know, we will be dealing with, first and foremost, you know, the Kemetic origin of the original Arabic script, you know, in the Grand Quran of Muhammad, you know, because we are going into dealing with the Arabic, and we're going to give our people insight as to, you know, the Arabic. And so we have our methodology in teaching it in a more swift manner. We can actually teach it in 7 days. So we teach it in 7 lessons over here. And our family will pick up, you know, if they pursue it themselves, so to speak. You know how they say, if you don't use it, you lose it. So what we're going to do, we're going to lay a basis for this special class, you know, in session. And we will start by reading from the Book of Fire and having our scribes come forth and volunteering to read. So, yeah, we'll start from there. Islam, scribes.
Islam. Go ahead, God.
Praise be to Allah. We're Grand National Secretary of the State. But we'll have you start out on page 369.
Okay.
And you can actually read to the end of page 372. And that's basically, you can go all the way to the end of that particular page.
All right. Gratitude.
And then we will have our beloved brother Marvin Edwards Bay. You can start at 373. And then you can actually cover 374, you know, which deal with the chart, so to speak, of Islamism, right? And then what you're going to do, you're going to go over to page 378, and you're in at 380 from there. Islam. Start at fours in prostration on 378.
Okay, let me just go over there.
So they got just little portions broke up into pieces. Then you can start actually, you can stop above Hebrew or Jew.
Hebrew and Jew?
Hebrew or Jew on 380. Yeah, you can stop.
Okay. Gratitude.
Islam.
Okay. Islam. Okay, Sister Curta Bay, you can pick up at 390.
390. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 390. Okay.
Yeah. And then you're in at 393.
Okay, you want me to start this bring us to our subject and warning on 390?
Nah, you start at entering Islam.
Oh, entering Islam. Okay.
Yeah. And then you'll stop at 393 above the many faces of God before me.
Okay, stop right there. Okay. Islam.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so Islam, Grand National Secretary of the State.
Islam. Gratitude.
Gratitude.
Islam. Praise Allah. Islam Orishkin. First of all, I want to rise, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, the last prophet in these days and times, giving honor to our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, giving honor to our Consul General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, for opening our meeting according to law, also to our National Assistant Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Dendra Nia Kurtabe, for reading our subject chapter for the week, to our family online, and also to Act 1, and to our host instructor of our EARS class, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shadwa Menti Al Mohamed Shepsuel. Islam. Page 369, the finale of religious controversies. Dear readers, it is not the intent of this chapter to speak radical against the major or the millions of minor organized religious groups. I, the author, do not desire to cause harm to a living soul on this or any occasion at all. The contents of my book, Noble Drew Ali, The Last Prophet, are truly dedicated to the exhuming of a nation through the high principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. These are just simple lessons being returned in due time to a rightful and most deserving people. Until now, the majority of what so-called Negroes, Black folk, and colored people in BC know about religion has been learned from their foreign European oppressors. This is especially true of the NBC, whose beliefs are totally circumscribed by Europe, Christian or Christianity / Arabian Islamic teachings, interpretations, and rituals. Since these theories are cultivated upon the subjugation and enslavement of Africans, it can only yield Sunday harvests of converted quote unquote Black Christians that will never be greater than their oppressors. Candidly, the histories to both of these orders consider their roles in the continental occupation of Akubalon as Elo-missionary and conquest of its Africans as, quote unquote, doing the will of their God. The subject matter is religion. Religions usually involve matters of the heart, rituals, and perceptions of a deity or gods. Noble Drew Ali said, man's highest ideal is his God. Hence, man's God today, tomorrow may not be God, because as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 10, ayat 16. Therefore, this chapter will attempt to tippy-toe through the minefields of religions, through the wars, pogroms, and millenniums of mass enslavements to psychic of mankind, where an entire people have been buried in shallow graves in the names and commands of various gods. This magnanimous task will be attempted without offending any of the gods or men that serve them. Yeah, right. Someone's line is open. Bear in mind, this book's ultimate focus is the exhumation of a clean and pure nation of people. Regrettably, this new nation is buried beneath Western rubble, which mostly appears as religions. It is therefore necessary to sift through millenniums of religious dogma, superstition, spookism, and a few Jesus to expose the only rejected gem of the human family. This nation, the Moorish Americans, founded by their holy prophet Noble Drew Ali, is actually the proverbial quote-unquote rejected cornerstone, the lost tribe of Shabazz, the lost found nation of the West, and the return of the ancient ones, the Ishmaelite, the tribe of Ali, the 144,000, etc., etc. Martin Luther King Jr. referred to them as, we, as a people, will get to the promised land. This nation is properly revealed as the lost found tribes of Ali. This name is exact because the Holy Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the only one that found them, gave them their true free national name, and claimed them. Naturally, he had to break the Roman seals in order to redeem his people hidden therein. It is only fair to forewarn readers about this chapter. With all its benevolent intentions, certain of its truths will piss off the devil. In fact, it will infuriate Satan, Lucifer, beasts, some demagogues, and few other gods of African oppression. It may even cast out Western poltergeists that are secretly possessing African bodies. Fortunately, in this new era of time now, all truths are being revealed. So, Satan, claiming to be in the image and likeness of Allah in this chapter, will be uncovered as the shadow of our lower selves, and will pass away. See Adam and Eve. All modern religions carry at least a reflection of the truth somewhere near their cornerstone. All truth is one, and one truth never contradicts another truth. So essentially, there is a bond of harmony in religions of the earth where all nations can learn to love instead of hate. Religion. The word religion derives from the Latin words religio or credere, parentheses credo or creed, and basically means a system of beliefs or a faith. Africans developed the first religious creed and used it as a cornerstone for building character during their civilizing of the world. Being the first humans created, these sun-kissed people, still knowing their oneness with their creator, marked the one pathway uniting divinity to matter. The African peoples consciously fashioned religion as scientific law because law is the only thing that governs all events. Western religions are the Greek Roman version to African sacred schools of thought. To a large degree, what we see today as religions pale in contrast to the God realizations of the ancient ones. The essence of the word religion, as used today, is but a shadow interpretation of the original Egyptian holistic system. It is in the nature of a true religious creed to teach the practitioner to learn, know, and worship the God within. If a religion introduces a media between man and himself as God, example given, prophet, man, or earthly manifest, it is not a true religion. When the God to worship resides in a place other than in the heart, the worshiper denotes to sacrilege. Today, religions separate, isolate, and cause more harm than help. So-called modern religions have created more wars and sanctioned more battlefield executions than slave lynching in America. In ancient Kemet, from where all today's religions derived, taught man's uniting with his God through concentrated thought and remembrance was the utmost foundation to events of life. The unseen Great Spirit was seen in all things, especially man himself. This action was recognizing the force of light and sound as the omnipotent giver of life and the acceptance of that life in human mud, body of flesh. Hence, the definition of the old-time African religion is law, universal law in harmony with the self. Simple. Durali called this law Islamism. He taught the Moors Islamism is the name of their religion. Their ancient forefathers called it the Egyptian mystery system. The basis of Catholicism and her multi-denomination children is founded upon the premise of serving a visible trinity of gods which exist outside, not within, man. In the world of dualities, parentheses, see Adam and Eve's dualities, religions are social necessities. They serve as reminders of man's rights and wrongs, do's and don'ts, sow and reap, good and evil, etc. Some governments and commune leaders, as citizen social pacifiers to the hereafter, also use religions. These theologies have been dubbed as opium for the masses because of its sedative powers. Religions are used to quell civil unrest from their oppression. Religions can serve the purpose of establishing laws for man to govern himself in harmony with all other living things. In reality, this is not what religions of today indoctrinate. Religion to ancient Africans was holistic and fundamentally the science of life, which balanced with the harmonies of life and resulted in peace. This is why Noble Drew Ali reminded the Moors, our ancient forefathers were Muslims and accepted Islam, parentheses, peace, as early as drinking water. All of the major African prophets taught a portion of Islam. Prophet Muhammad, descended through the African seed of Hagar, perfected the ancient Egyptian mysteries for the first time into the Arabic language. The transliteration of the ancient mystery system the world's first religious creed, into a single Arabic expression is pronounced al-Islam or Islam, meaning peace in Arabic. To this day, over 1 billion Muslims refer to this perfect transliteration as Quranic Arabic. Contrary to public belief, the Holy Prophet Muhammad did not invent Islam, nor did he create or perfect a new religion. Islam was, is, and will forever be the perfect religion. Its perfect path is portrayed in the creation and fall of man and the story of Adam and Eve. By the time Muhammad I received the revelation in Havala, Islamism had already been taught and practiced for over 20,000 years in ancient Kemet. Noble Drew Ali, himself a prophet to the Moorish Americans, taught, question, what is our religion? Answer, Islamism. Question, is that the new or old-time religion? Answer, old-time religion. The origin of Islamism, not Islam, means the science or the adept philosophy of peace. He taught the Moors the religious ways of their ancient forefathers. This was a Moorish science, the study of self-mastery. The masters know there is a great science in the exercise of thoughtless thinking. Since thought is the cause of all things, he wanted to teach the Moors to think. Think. Then they will be able to save themselves. The concentrate of peace, parentheses Islam, is to meditate within, using concentrated thought. Question, who made you? Answer, Allah. Question, to whom do we refer to at times as being the great God? Answer, Allah. Question, can we see him? Answer, no. Question, what is truth? Answer, truth is aught. Aught is Allah. Question, what other name do we give to truth? Answer, holy breath. Question, where is the nearest place to meet him? Answer, in the heart. Parentheses also see the third eye. Noble Drew Ali said the young Moors with their third eyes wide open would be the ones to enforce his laws, and the old Moors must take a seat in the back, because we are going to have to take these principles and straighten out our brothers, parentheses, in Islam in the East. They have grown astray, have accepted demons from afar, and are now at war against themselves. It goes without saying the only thing a Muslim, Christian, or Jew will accept will be a higher, parentheses, adept teaching of what they already have faith in. None of Drew Ali's teachings support anything except love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, the five highest principles known to man. His pure and clean nation, about to unfold, will live by the powers of the life-giving, as above, so below. Islam. The word Islam is Arabic for the word peace. Yet peace, like most other principles of life, has become desensitized here in the West. Peace itself is infinite and in existence before Arabians were a thought. Peace is Allah, the great God, and the divine mind. Peace has no partners, faults, nor opposition. Peace is infinitely pure and is in no way related to war, oppression, or strife. Their forefathers, the original African man, were the first to use peace. Most people, including some Muslims, equate peace as the opposite of war. This is an unbalanced concept and a grave misunderstanding of the word peace. Peace is the ordained harmonies of the universal order and of life. Peace is the state of security found where divine laws are enforced. It is the tranquility and the freedom of all living things being themselves. Wars and strife are man-made weaknesses and conditions. There is but one true peace, and man must grow inward to return to that peace. True peace, like Allah, is one, and is found only in man's conquered self. War and peace are related only from a finite point of view. This is why carnal man from the lands of fallen humanity must have strife before peace. Yet, like shadows are reflections caused by light, so is strife caused by peace. Peace and light exist without war and shadow. Peace is not found in pain, misery, or in the muzzle of a gun. Only the swift sword of wisdom can place the sabers of human knowledge into the sheath of peace. Ironically, the pale skinned nations of Europe have sought peace at the end of a weapon for the past 3,000 years. Today, they still sleep with one claw on their oppressed and the other claw on their weapon. Their idea of peace rests in their breast, between the two. See Illuminati's chaos. Yehoshua calls this type of peace the peace of death when he was asked, "Are you indeed the Prince of Peace?" Appendix, Life, Works, and Teachings of Yehoshua, chapter 13, ayats 4 through 5. What is the Moorish Americans' religion? Number 17. What is our religion? Answer, Islamism. Question number 18. Is that a new or is that the old-time religion? Answer, old-time religion. There are yet two more of the 101 questions for Moorish Americans found in Noble Drew Ali's questionnaire. There is a golden cord of divinity which unites all the questions and their answers. However, for a good understanding, one must have love, a true knowledge of history, and reliance upon Allah. Indeed, no finite mind can comprehend things infinite. Without these necessities, there cannot be any comprehension of Ali's 101 questions and answers. Every nation with free national standards is entitled to their forefathers' creed and independent religious path to the great God. Their rituals, customs, prayers, songs, and methods of practice are formed in a measure suitable to their salvation. As the Asiatic nations rooted in Africa have a divine origin, Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 45, the oneness of this divine origin is man's spiritual source of strength, and it is sustained through wisdom. Man's natural ethereal plane is spirit. Here, as well as there, he receives nourishment through thought activity. The faster and the more pure thoughts are from his higher self, the mother of virtue and the harmonies of life. They breed justice, mercy, love, and right. The slower, sluggish, and unclean thoughts are created in his lower self, whom men call the devil. Once these negative thoughts manifest outside of himself, they become Satan, going to and fro the earth seeking whom it may devour. Question number 75. Here is where the fall of man really began. From here begot Lucifer, dragon, and beast, the fallen righteous, corrupt nations, and man-made men, respectively. The lower self breeds hatred, slander, lewdness, murders, theft, and everything that harms. Question number 73. Every Asiatic nation has its religion, philosophy, and science, or otherwise a sacred school of thought which unites divinity and matter. The Moorish Americans are no exception. They, too, have their own religion. It is their own religion. Quote, the religion of their ancient forefathers who are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 48, ayat 7. Currently, the fallen Moorish people of North America are serving pale-skinned Jesuses, crosses, white men, and other gods of Europe, most of which they know from little to nothing. They worship a religion borrowed from foreign lands and forced upon them under 4 centuries of death, threats, and physical deprivations. The breaking of their will gave hope to their safety. Today, this safety is termed as being saved. Being saved usually invokes favors and leniency of God, the ruler of the land. See question number 93. The air of safe enjoyment for their lives and possessions drew images of a promised heaven yonder after death. The followers deemed themselves free, found, and apart from their doomed brothers outside of their God's house, parentheses, the church. Here in the Western Hemisphere, the concepts of the ancient Egyptian mystery system have been misconstrued and presented to the masses under the Greek word religion. Under the word religion, worship replaces knowledge of self, and rituals are instead of the deification instructions which man needs. Under the church, God has a day off for rest, and preaching is now where holistic lessons are supposed to be. Only in the upper Christian sciences and the secret lodges of Freemasonry are the higher degrees of man as God is discussed. Westernized religions are all based upon the carnal nature formed by the five senses of European rulers. Their highest ideal is the God compiled of what they can see, hear, taste, touch, or smell. From these derive a carnal nature based upon the body of desires, wants, and greeds. Hence, modern day religions are heavily commercialized with pagan celebrations under the guise of holy days, parentheses, holidays. Example given, Christmas's Santa Claus, Easter's egg-laying rabbits, or Sunday's musical fashion shows, etc. Pardon self. Unfortunately for so-called Black Christians, any blessings they receive is because their Lord and Savior, Jesus, the white man Christ, hath bestowed upon them. On the other hand, crimes, sins, and most diseases are white on black wrath imposed upon the sinners. Please. And the word was coined Greek. It must be understood that slaves do not have choices. This holds especially true for those labeled blacks and Negroes. Therefore, Christianity, which as a negative of Kemetic Egyptian three-step picture from man to God, Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 7, ayats 25 through 31, was forced upon them. The true teachings of prophets Moses, Solomon, David, Yehoshua, and other Egyptian adepts were translated through Hellenistic Greek, 400 BC to 4th AD, by what Alexander the Greek, 356 to 323 BC, Aristotle, 384 through 322 BC, Socrates, 469 through 399, Plato, 428 through 347, could decipher from their lying eyes. By the time this hoax of Greek philosophy was poisoned into the Roman Catholic order, it gave birth to Christianity. The majority of modern-day Christianity, as it is currently advertised as the Word of God, is focused upon an array of cultural misnomers of ancient Moorish civilizations, especially Egypt, which was the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa, chapter 47. It must be clearly understood that 500 AD to 200 AD, the Greeks didn't know jack about being civilized. In fact, the Egyptians were educating many Greeks before and after the invasion by Alexander the Greek. Yes, I said the Greek. Being of Moorish descent and author of this book, I cannot see a former guest / turned conqueror of my people as great. Thus, he's just Alexander the Greek. Then the Romans added their seasoning to this religious dish of Christianity. The Italians translated the Greek misnaming of Egyptian sciences into Latin. From the Roman Empire to the Roman Catholic Church, through the Renaissance and on into the English language. A people's language expresses the totality of their understanding and determines their prosperity. And if one's language does not capture the essence of another language, then its truth will not be conveyed. The accuracy and the timing will not be in the translations. Without truth, one is subject to deception and hypocrisy. The original Bible was not the Word of God, but in reality, it was the words of the Greeks. Today's Bible is often called the Word of God, and no one can tell its millions of faithful Negro, Black, and colored people other than that it is God's Word. Little do they realize the wages of inaccurate history is a darkened future. As vividly revealed later in this chapter, it was the Greeks, not God, who wrote the first Bible. Albeit the so called Black people are mere readers of the Word and not its authors, most fail to see the impossibility in reading any manuscript without absorbing the opinion of its author. Needful to say, the Greek misinterpreted slant to Moses' revelations of the ancient Egyptian mysteries are a far cry from the soul perfecting degrees of the ancient African words. Therefore, it is a dire necessity when studying history, one must take into account all the surrounding times, peoples, and conditions in order to ensure the validity of that history. This is why Muslims teach Quranic Arabic to all Islamic converts, no matter their national tongue. As a result, they will receive the full flavor of Allah's message through his holy prophet Muhammad. There are many words in the Arabic language that cannot be transliterated into English, Latin, Spanish, etc., without losing some or all of their potencies, especially English, which is well known as the mutt or bastard language of the planet, Islam. So at this time, I want to turn the meeting into the hands of our Consul General, State of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bey. Islam?
Islam and gratitude, Grand Master Secretary of State. And I'll begin. Yes, this is Dr. Marvin Edwards Bey. Praise and honors have been given. The history of Moorish religion, Islamism, the first religious creed on earth. Noble Drew Ali taught the Moorish Americans, the fallen sons and daughters of Africa, have borrowed a faith from foreign lands, and the God they serve is not their own. This makes them a beggar people, and a beggar people can never produce the best in themselves. Prior to the advent of Noble Drew Ali, the so-called Negroes, blacks, and colored people, NBC, assumed the church and Christianity, which had been forced upon them during the time of slavery, was their own religion. With this faith came their pale-skinned, blue-eyed Lord and Savior, Yahushua Christ, as a Western name for Yahushua. They were correct from the slave perspective of NBC. These religious tenets did in fact belong to the slaves, for slaves, and about the earthly salvation of slaves. This is to say, at best, when any slave has been saved, redeemed, or reached salvation, he or she will still be officially an NBC slave. A saved slave, albeit recognized as a good Christian, is still just a slave. The truth is, one must first be free before they can enter the gates of heaven. Bear in mind, freedom is not attained through the services of another man's God. And exactly what church or Christianity has freed their NBC to be autonomous, to be an autonomous nation of people. This is why Noble Drew Ali taught the Moorish about their own religious creed, their own God, and the only true heaven. Every nation has its inherent religion, but they have first come to the realization they are indeed a nation. Question 17. What is our religion? Islamism. Question 18. Is that a new or is that the old time religion? old-time religion. In 1865, when the U.S. slavery was abolished, the ex-slaves were without the religion of their forefathers, and subsequently, being without their own religion, they blindly continued to serve the gods of their former slave masters. The abolishment of the institution of slavery in no way replaced the two-fifth nationality and divine creed denationalized from the Africans, which left them as only three-fifths of all other persons. The church and Christianity, having been forced upon them during their centuries of captivity, was the only system of religion they knew. Unfortunately, it is a historical fact the religion of any slave government was never constituted with powers to free its slaves. Now, more than 145 years later, not one of the 1 million plus NBC of the cloth, with very few members of their congregation, question why they will never be free while under the same government that enslaved them, especially as they have faithfully served another man's God. Islamism, as the world's first religious creed, was pronounced Hotep. Hotep is the holistic science of study of peace, or pardon self. Hotep is the holistic science or study of peace. Hotep translates into the Arabic language as Islam, Islam being the Arabian name of the old-time religion, as it was perfected for Arabians by the Holy Prophet Muhammad, Surah 5, Ayat 3. He chose Islam from the African ancient monotheistic sciences to the people of Havilah, Arabia, because they had strayed away from his straight way to Allah, as taught by the Africans' forefathers. In fact, Muhammad was a direct descendant of Hagar, the Egyptian goddess which mothered Ishmael, from first true son of Abraham. Readers must bring their mind the roots of Hotep began millenniums before Kemet became the center of the world's greatest teachings and civilizations. The name Kemet translates into Kingdom of God, Lord of the Gods, or God of Gods, which modern man calls Egypt. They refer to the creator as Olodumare, or Nectar, Father of the Universe, as brought to the Moorish Americans by Noble Drew Ali. Angels are true beings. The station of angel is a status held in harmony with its original creative destiny. They are celestial thoughts of the great God and are often manifested in flesh filled with melanin. An angel is the highest station of man expressing the will of divinity. Kemetian adepts that were sent to various nations in need of realignment with the oneness of the great God were called angels. They were Muslims whose will could only obey the will of the great God. The most noted angelic stations of these Africans were entitled Gabriel or Michael. Angels bring, defend, and teach messages to prophets that are necessary to redeem their nations. The messages were always about Hotep or Islamism, and the messengers were always olive-skinned brothers or sisters called angels. Islamism, the first religious creed, the world's first religious creed prior to the exportations from Africa, adept design revealed through Truth Angel number 1. Okay. I think I'm going to go to hold on, Morris. Write it down. Okay, I'm supposed to go over to 78. And I'm sure I got to begin at Moors and prostration. Yes or no? And yes / no. That's the question. But do Moors prostrate? Yes. The ancient ones were the first men to prostrate in submissive prayer, communication to the great God. This was his acknowledgement to the universal order. He was nothing like his God self while in human form. Originally, man in his shameful state would submit laying horizontal to the earth, with arms and hands outstretched above his head. Later, they would kneel, bowing completely from the waist, placing their forehead into a pyramid formed by their palms down hands. Prostration was the first method of prayer because it included both physical submission and meditation. The Moorish founders of the first religious creed developed it. Moorish Holy Quran 48, ayah 6. Prostration was the only form of prayer used by Noah, Ham, Abraham, Moses, Yehoshua, and all Egyptian adepts. Prophet Muhammad later reintroduced it to the Islamic world. But even when Moors were Hebrews, they prostrated. Prostration also distinguished Muslims who submit their will to Allah from those serving lesser gods. However, Moors do not prostrate when in enemy environment or danger. Example given: under any unstable form of Christian rulership. The Moorish adept, whether standing or on bended knees, is a Muslim first. This means that his will has been consciously submitted to the will of the Divine Father, Allah. To the adept, prostration takes place first in the heart, and the east is there also. The last prophet in these days taught, where is the nearest place we can meet him? In the heart. Question number 4. Conscious Muslims do not prostrate when in the enemy camps of Allah. Quran, Surah 4, ayats 101 to 104. This holds especially true for the Moorish hostages being constitutionally held by the Reconstruction Amendments of the United States. This is to say, any form of government that supports the enslavement of the Moorish by the fetters of Negro, blacks, and colored is an enemy of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Enemies are to be watched until it is safe to pray. Until such time the Moorish are their own government. Until such time the Moorish are their own government, on their own land and sheltered by their own security, we will stand to pray while we watch our enemy. The European Creed. Christianity via the Roman Catholic order is the European religious creed. Noble Drew Ali said, the foundation of Christianity began in Rome. The Roman nations founded the first church, of whom crucified Jesus of Nazareth for seeking to redeem his people from under the Roman yoke and law. Moorish Holy Quran 46, ayat 1. By its nature of assured destruction, the cross became the symbol for Christianity. The cross is a man-made instrument of death. When the pathways of two or more moving things cross is where chaos, death, and suffering are most certain. The symbol of Catholicism worn by the Pope is the double cross, and the highest number of for all Christendom is the 6. There is no redemption for the children of Africa under the cross. According to their Bible, Rome used the cross to crucify Yehoshua, and many thoughts of his national brethren, and many thousands of his national brethren. Today's cross is the electric chair, lethal injections, and the serving of gods outside of the self. The cross has been legally used by modern Roman executioners on declared convicts and to mark their graves after the legalized murder. For those who do not want Yehoshua to bear the cross alone and can't wait to meet their maker, need only contact their state authority. Perhaps 2,000 years from now, believers in the Roman death penalty will wear a replica of an electric chair or syringe around their neck as a sign of their God. What? Another 2,000 years of the same old soup warmed over? Surely, earth, if not heaven, will pass away. This is not to speak negatively about Europe's Christianity. It must be remembered the church and Christianity was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation. Most Holy Quran 48, ayat 7. Bottom line is, the European creed was, is, and never can be of any benefit to descendants of Africans. Islamism is many sciences. Symbols are the embodiment of a multiplicity of thoughts compiled into a single expression. Symbols are man-made emblems that personify the characteristics of a state, condition, era, formulas, etc., which are immaterial. People are accustomed to symbols being around them every day. Most symbols are easily recognized. For example, the skull and crossbones represent poison or death. The cross represents the church or Christianity. The red circle slash represents don't or not allowed. The circled bell represents telephone. The circled blue represents handicap or wheelchair. Symbols have unnumbered meanings and are used to represent the business of man, from highway signs to national flags and from industries to space explorations. But it is the symbols of understanding which most people do not identify nor use effectively. Symbols of understanding are often referred to as architect tools. They are not as commonly known as their kindred symbols of astronomy and astrology. The glory of this trinity of symbols is they all are nourished from the breast of divine geometry, astronomy, astrology, and architecture. Religion, a science of the Moorish. The key to knowing the sciences of the above three sacred schools rests in knowledge of their history. Noble Drew Ali said, "What your ancient forefathers were, you are today without doubt or contradiction." No one is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers unless his power extends beyond the great creator, Allah himself. Go back to your ancient forefathers' state of mind and accomplish what you will. The Holy Prophet further added, because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Hence, we, the Moorish, are returning to Islam, which was founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. Every man needs to worship under his own vine and fig tree. It will also do well to point out, for the clarity of our signs and symbols subject matter, Noble Drew Ali was prepared by the great God, Allah, to bring the true and divine creed of Islam to teach the old-time religion and the everlasting gospel to the sons of men. To know the trinity of symbols aforementioned is to define the science of civilizing used by the ancient ones, which Noble Drew Ali called Islamism. Then perhaps the reader will understand why the Europeans' only way to conquer the Moors was to knock them in the head, rendering them unconscious. See Masonry's Hiram Abiff. Islamism, the scientific use of signs, symbols, and tools, was the creed of the ancient Moors. It was applied and lived thousands of years before the advent of Prophet Muhammad, who gave it the perfected name Islam, peace. See the seal of prophets. The Europeans classified the Moorish mind as a galactic weapon. When a Moor was functioning on all points, thinking, he was considered armed and dangerous. In order to disarm them as a people of love, truth, peace, and love, in order to disarm them as a people of love, truth, and peace, they had to be disallowed to think, reason, and will, or to understand. Every Moorish child had to become an idiom. A Muslim is one who submits his will to the will of the great God. All ancient Moors were Muslims, and they lived Islam by its components. Islamism as the study of inner peace. The science of universal harmonies. The first signs and symbols were designed and used by the ancient Moabites. Then, so-called modern man, in his assuming the title of God, describes the Moorish ancient way of life as paganistic and heathenism. However, upon investigation, we can see no civilization existed unless they used some aspect of this modern European Hebrew version of this paganistic idol worshipping stew. Astronomy. Astronomy is a part of Islamism. The study of the great gods, planets, stars, and their movements in their systems. The ancient ones reverenced the universal order and applied this geometric system to their society. Astronomy was a dutiful way of life for Moors, so much so it was added as a natural part of their holistic government. It was as natural as drinking water. In fact, in his chapter on religion, Noble Drew Ali reveals, and in the law's universal divine order, he hath ordained as the rule of life, so kindly hath he united thy duty to thy nature, that obedience to his precepts is happiness to thyself. Most Holy Quran 35, ayat 21. Islamism is navigation. From astronomy, the Moors acquired the omnipotent guidelines to charter courses across land, sea, sky, and universe. They were able to map the mental growth of the soul, which men later called enlightenment, by denoting its actions of thinking, reasoning, willing, and understanding. They developed systems of navigation shortly after the fall. It became obvious to man as he was descending from his God state, he must now pre-measure and mark his travels unless he would be lost into perpetual finite realm of why. Navigation is simply carnal man's way of traveling by the senses, and the guidance is the divine pathway of the gods. Drew Ali said, man, spirit man, travels from the center to the outer bounds of life, but the consciousness of man feels from the infinite to finite as he descended slower into a human state. This is when foolish man became lost and had to devise north, east, south, and west as directional tools to mark his earthbound travels. In truth, the center of man is in the heart of man. This is where he must go inwardly to find his God state. But that is too simple, and right. So what does man do to find himself, God? Through rituals and forms, they face places on earth in the northeast, southwest that he himself has previously marked to offer prayers to a God that he has declared is omnipresent and everywhere at once. Silly human, if the great God is truly everywhere, why go anywhere outside of self to offer reverence? Islamism is the zodiac. The ancient ones' recognition of the divine coordinates between planets, the timetable of manifest destiny, and man with other forms of life. These coordinates are the spiritual or astral bonds which designed orbital effects upon other living cycles, past, present, and future. Time elements are divided into thought increments of hours, days, years, and ages. These too are often divided into the celestial governments of 12 houses called zodiac. These houses are life cycles. Still, these houses are preceded with the suffix zo, which implies animal kingdom. For example, zoo. The word zodiac means world of the little animals because each of the 12 houses is represented by a symbol reflective of the characteristic of their special house. The ancient Moors were able to reason early in the life of man. All life evolves in cycles of fruition. True astrology is the living and manifest destiny and the consciousness of man's deific life. Man was created perfect. He came from the perfect source. He therefore is a perfect being, and to perfection he must return. This is the true purpose for the zodiac. Who would know this better than the ancient Canaanites? They later inhabited terry Matheno'S kingdoms in the Upper Nile, whom first designed the zodiac as a celestial calendar to measure their cycle of growth. Mainstay of an elder wise man from China once told Yehoshua, all things are thought, all life is thought activity. The multitudes of beings are but phases of the one great thought made manifest. Lo, the great God is thought, and thought is the great God. Architecture is Islamism. A conscious Moor is an architect because his creator, God, has the master plan. Fruit never falls far from its tree. The ancient ones were masters of designing large living structures. They were built from the high essence of the earth to house the oracles personifying the oneness of God in man. These living creatures are the original computers built geometrically perfect with the principles of higher character of man, using only the power of thought. Some of these structures are the ancient mounds, pyramids, pagodas, etc. The ancient Muslims built these structures to this day. Oh, pardon myself, the ancient Muslims built these structures to this day, and these structures still stand in the Americas, Africa, and China. They live, made in the image of the character of man to his creator. None of these structures were built with a hammer's sound. Like the image, pardon myself, like the 9-month making of a God man, the woman do not use hammer or nails. Yet, she can develop a God by following the divine design of the master architect. Islamism is truly the work done when the will of man is in harmony with the will of his creator, being himself the God that he is. Islam, and I'll hand this meeting over to our National Assistant Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Dendra Anik Kurtabay. Islam.
Islam, God man, Islam. And I will continue on page 390, entering Islam. There is an ever-present danger to every degree of freedom sought when escaping from slavery. The most infamous of these is when escaping from a slave master. The route to freedom may lead most freedom seekers into the welcoming vice of the slave catcher. Slave masters and slave catchers share a common observation. They see qualified slaves as their God's gift to free men with power. Of course, African males, females, and their litter have made the best slaves since the fall of man. This shed a tremendous amount of light today's Moors seeking escape routes from the enslaving master of the USA, Freemasonry, and the Moor Science Temple into the Arabian version of Sunni Islam. Once they take the Shahada, parentheses, I bear witness there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, in parentheses, they think they are free, safe, and home. They look back at their NBC Christian brothers as though they are infidels, dead, and deserving of Allah's wrath. But wait, how could they possibly forget the Arabs are still the world's greatest slave catchers of Africans, bar none, going from various degrees of Western enslavement to Arabian Islamic enslavement is like jumping out of the frying pan into the fire itself. What what in the hell are they thinking? Oh, hell has been home so long, it is what they naturally think. Dear readers and truth seekers, be advised, these lessons are neither public relation nor propaganda plugs for the Moor Science Temple of America, nor proselytizing for Sharif Abdul Ali. These are thoughts, stimuli founded upon one truth never contradicts another truth. And if he can get us to thinking, we can save ourselves. Parentheses, Noble Drew Ali. Know what you are coming into, and your faith will not be blinded, nor your sincerity misled by the beauty of its interest that surely awaits you. To begin, the essence of your Islamic tour, we will start at its origin. Islam means peace and is one of 99 attributes of the great God Allah. All, all attributes of Allah is Allah and are pathways emanating from Him to Him. Islam was first created by the first God man when he realized his fall from divine consciousness. It became a three-step ladder of thought leading from his center to the master center. True Islam has very little to do with rituals, customs, and congregational behaviors. It has always been an inward journey which lead which led re, which lead return to man to his God state. Thus is love, truth, peace, freedom, justice, mercy, right, etc. Allah is spirit and has no equal. Therefore, there can be no partners, nor can Allah divide into trinities and fractions are often seen through the carnal eyes of man. Man himself is not the body or the soul. He too, like unto his Father God Allah, is spirit. The bodies and the souls of men are created things and are absorbed with time and will pass. But there is no death to the spirit man as long as Allah lives. Most Holy Quran, chapter 1. But man fell through misuse of his godliness and gratification of his lower thoughts. He became lost in his own carnal manifest and strayed from that path of consciousness that made him one with Allah. Thus, the need for Islam. Islam is the straight path of peace, leading from the heart of man back to the heart of Allah. This direct way is the way of the prophet and those who have not strayed. With that said, it will do well for readers to remember another saying of Drew Ali. Allah gives no good without its admixture of evil. For those of us who are freshly freed from the most indescribable system of slavery ever endured by a people, we must not accept, parentheses, what they say is, in a parenthesis, Islam without first checking its lineage to the first religious creed of our forefathers. All versions of Islam today are not true Islam. Just because a billion Muslims are doing the same thing does not make it right. Carnal man love to follow and not to lead, because by his nature he is a creature of habits. Before belief can become faith, man must first separate the immutable from customs. It would do well for the reader to remember Muhammad was a prophet who needed to redeem his paganistic people of Mecca. At that time, they were serving all kinds of idol gods because they had strayed away from their original African creed of Abraham. So he returned to them Islam. There are no sects in Islam, as it is quoted, pure and clean, in the great Quran through Muhammad, Surah 30:32. Contrary to popular belief, Prophet Muhammad did not bring Islam, nor did he perfect Islam. Islam has always been perfect since first given to man by the great God Allah. Islam is the name of the one great religion that was brought in portion by all the prophets from Adam to the prophet of Ali in America. All the major prophets received their divine minister degrees from the same ancient Kemetic mystery system, either directly as did Moses and Yehoshua, or by angels as did Muhammad. Like all divine works of art, Islam was not named by any of its messengers until Prophet Muhammad Mustafa ibn Abdullah perfected it into Arabic for his polytheistic people. Surah 5 and 3. For this reason, he is the seal of the prophets. Perfection cannot be improved upon. Thus, no other path from man to Allah will ever be brought to the children of Adam and Eve. Parentheses, the human family. Although there are no sects in Islam, there are different versions of this one faith depending upon which nation a follower presents it. There are many Islamic entities, but the greatest known variation are Sunni, Shiite, and Sufi. Basically, all Muslims want to be in accord with the great Quran and being in a state of Islamic denial. Most followers will not admit there are many sects in today's Islamic religion. Nevertheless, these unclaimed and denied sects under the auspices of Islamic system began immediately upon the death of the Holy Prophet Muhammad. What Ali returned to the Moors is pure and ancient Sunni Islam. A holistic way of life is void of slavery, evil, and the taking of life in any form. The Moors must remember history. It was the Arabs under the guise of Islam that tried to completely destroy the ancient Kemetic mystery system, the Al-Fatiha straightway, during that conquest of Egypt. This sacred system was the first religious creed founded by the Moors as the true salvation of mankind on earth. Moorish Holy Quran 48 and 6. Drew Ali said this is the old time religion, Islamism, and he returned it to the Moors of America for the first time in ages. Albeit the Arabs advanced their version of Islam across Africa, they found the Moors of West Africa already possessed the ancient system. In fact, the Moors had been the chief keepers of the ancient mysteries since before they ruled as Phoenicians. Carthaginians are Ptolemaic gods of the Nile. These teachings were in their purest form and were used by the Moors to introduce civilization to Spain, France, and Italy. The ancient mysteries has always been taught in degrees, and all graduates had pure hearts and minds. From the word of mouth, sacred temples and schools comes alumnus with degrees entitled God, Prophet, Messiah, and Angel, Master, etc. Some of the African scholars were Yehoshua, Moses, Gabriel, Michael, Solomon, etc. The Hadiths. All differences of Islamic thought derive from various interpretations of the Hadiths. The Hadiths are collections by which witnesses, Muslims, and relatives wrote in their sharing what oral statements, habits, actions, and the life daily personage of Prophet Muhammad. There are many volumes of hadiths in the world today, but I do not recall any of them being entitled holy, as in the Holy Quran. Therefore, Islam's message in its purest sense is still the unaltered, the uncontaminated Holy Quran of Mecca. The Quran is the supreme law of Islam. In short, the purest form of Islam is the divine instruction found in the Holy Quran. With these sacred lessons, any Muslim can truly set their house in order. However, this lesson carries with it a warning. Warning number one. If any Muslim, parentheses, Muslim, a group of them make any attempt to say nationality is not important, or that the Quran supports black people as Allah's creation. Turn your feet from them. Turn your feet from them. They are either foolish unbelievers or agents of Satan. Every Muslim in the world, whether blessed to make Hajj or not, has a nationality, flag, history, attaching them to the human family and language, etc. Even the great prophet Muhammad honored his nationality through his name, Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Ibn refers to the son of the house of Abdullah. If Muhammad and Yehoshua, son of Joseph by Mary, claim their nationality and genealogy's root, it must be important. In fact, see the first chapter of Matthew, and you can trace Prophet Isha, the holy name given to Yehoshua, but cannot be used by those who are slaves to sin, from Adam through Abraham, Boaz, Solomon, David to Joseph. Remove this noble line of kings from this great prophet, and you will believe God had a mother. Nationality is not relevant to salvation, and Adam had a navel. In short, you go for anything, but then you are what you accept. It would also be rather nice to know what some say that nationality is not, to the only people on the planet mud without theirs. Hell, it took three major religions, the Order of Freemasonry, and three European powers over 400 years to denationalize the Moorish people from the face of the earth. Where is the fool that dares to say nationality is not important? All sacred records have one verse in common: honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the earth land which the Lord thy God, Allah, have given thee. Anyone who claims your national descent is not valuable is a part of the Europeans' worldwide conspiracy to bury we, the people, in a shallow grave of unconsciousness, which began over 400 years ago. Nationality is what links us back to our mother, and Islam is our straight path to Allah. We must have both to be a well-balanced child, a nation. It was the ancient adepts that taught this principle of honoring the father and the mother. One and number two. Today, their Arabian-based brothers in Islam here in America often challenge Moorish American Muslims. These taunts are often questioned, raise concern the authenticity of Noble Jew Ali's prophethood, or Muslims. Wait a minute. Prophethood, or why Moors stand to pray, or how we dress, or why are we not fluent in Quranic Arabic. The answer to these inquiries are simply lawful and will be answered in a minute. But first, where were their so-called Muslims for the past 400 years before the advent of Prophet Noble Jew Ali? When we were buried deep in slavery, they had ears, but none of them heard us pray. Islam, as perfected by Muhammad, has been around for over 400 years, 1400 years. Truth is, indeed, it was our same Arabian Muslim brothers who had been slavers since before Muhammad, also began selling us, the Moors, into slavery between making Shalat prayer, parenthesis, prayers 5 times a day. They were praying to Allah while on their knees and auctioning their brother on the slave blocks when standing on their feet. In fact, it is the beginning of the 21st century, and as of this day, these same Arabian Muslims are still enslaving Africans from the Sudan and wherever they can kidnap them from. Today, as they were before the era of Muhammad, Arabians are as synonymous with wholesaling humans as they are camels, rugs, and crews. This is the reason so-called Arab countries could not come to the aid of the Moors that were being enslaved by the Christian West. They were just too busy supplying the African slave trade with their brothers. Slavery is supported in the Great Quran by many surahs, and participating Muslims think of slavery as their sacred duty. To them, it is simply a matter either you think as Arabian or you are an unbeliever and are only worthy of enslavement or death. Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali alerts us to only 2 kinds of slavery: mental slavery and slaves to sin. And he does not support the enhancement of either, but the awareness and abolishment hereby. Just the same, the Arabian slavers are not true Sunnis, nor do they follow the immutable dictates of the Quran. One does not have to go to the Sudan to be enslaved by Muslims if you do not have knowledge of self and Allah. You are prime target for enslavement by those claiming Islamic connections. Some Moors have been beat down in their heads so hard with that setting maul until they are just plain silly. Those in this state often seek refuge from Arabian Sunni Muslims and the United States of America, in verifying their place in the Islamic world acceptance as a citizen. Forgive this author for his forwardness, but aren't one of these their slave catchers and the latter their slave master? Duh. Wake up, people. What makes them think with Arabia that nationality is not important, or the USA can give them freedom, or their free national name? As I was saying, there is nothing wrong with Islam. In fact, Islam has always been perfect. Most Americans need only to step into Islam through the door Allah has provided for them, which as the only place the Negro problem can be solved. Just the same, if you already have Islamic aspirations and you believe you are an American black Negro with no idea of your free national name, it is a great possibility you are not getting the full light of your religion. As for Drew Ali's authenticity, he did the equivalent greater for his Moorish Americans and all nations as all other prophets before him. He brought them Islam and their earthly salvation, those things necessary to reward them back from their fall from grace. No one before or since has brought them anything better from Allah. Amen. There have been many Moorish leaders branching from the divine works of Noble Drew Ali and Marcus M. Garvey. Some have gathered followers into the millions and even marched millions into Islam, but none of them taught our people their nationality or that they have their own religious creed. And equally as important, none of them freed the Moors from the constitutional bondage of the United States. None said they are truly a nation ordained by Allah into existence in 1865, etc., etc. What about Moors and prayer? All Moorish Americans, being in obedience to the great Quran and holy instructions from the Prophet, do not prostrate in congregational prayer. This is not the time, and the United States is definitely not the place to close your eyes in vulnerable submission when the enemy has been made plain before their face. We stand and pray because Allah directed Drew Ali to teach us this way, according to Surah 4, 101 through 104 of the Great Quran. This Surah chapter actually separates conscious Muslims from the disobedient and overzealous fanatics. The Moors disobeyed this Islamic law in 1492 and were in the prostrating prayer position when Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand killed thousands of us during Juma, Islamic Friday service. The ones not killed, tortured, or jailed in that year were forced to begin the worst system of slavery ever known to man, chattel slavery in the Americas. The Quran commands us to pray standing or with sword in hand on horseback anytime we are in territories of the enemies of Allah. Here in the U.S., with the freedom of religion and separation of state and church, the government is still 99.9% Christian. Islam's natural enemy. For those who close their eyes and off their feet have been warned. There is a time for every knee to bow. Just be sure you are protected when you prostrate, or you may get up a slave. If you are not within your own sovereignty with Islamic rule, you may be on enemy grounds and therefore unsafe to prostrate. We, the Moors, born in America, have our enemy revealed plainly before our face. It is simply all those who do not support our inalienable rights to our free national name and divine creed. Like most birds of a feather, Arabians tend to favor Arabians over nationality, but they Islamic are non-believers. They prefer for all nations to dress as they dress and speak as they speak. It is just human nature. The truth remains that Islam is for the uniting of all men with the God Allah, not to divide nationals against each other. As all Muslims need to learn Quranic Arabic in order to get the interpreted essence of Allah's readings through Muhammad. All Moors need to learn the ancient garbs of their forefathers. True Moorish garbs is this celestial clothing not designed by the styles and fads that fade with time. They are today good as they were for our parents millenniums ago. The only time Moors need to dress as all other Muslims dress is during Hajj. Otherwise, every nation proudly demonstrate their own custom. How you dress can be part of your test. After all, it was the ancient Moorish nations which first made clothes, then dressed themselves and the world. Nations are as planets, and Allah has placed each one in its own orbit so they may complement each other and glorify Him, their Creator. Most American Muslims should stay in their pure and clean orbit until other nations come along. And when, not if, but when they revert to Islam, go in your proper person and identity. Like any prodigal child's return, the Father will receive your submission more piously when you bring the honor of your mother with you. Honoring your mother gives added strength to all who return to Islam, and honor our Father. Your nationality, the free national name. Don't leave home without it. Parentheses, see prayer and meditation. Islam, Islam, Islam. I will now turn everything back over to our instructor, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Dr. Sadu Amiti El Muhaji Sepsuel. Are you there, God man?
Islam.
Islam.
Gratitude, Islamism without the schism. We give honors to all our scribes for the read, and this is always necessary, family, to lay a foundation so that our family understand the premise from whence we come, and that way they don't get it twisted and think we up here trying to Arabize them, and take them, into something where they are serving gods in whom they know not. Make no mistake about it. We honor everything it is the great God Allah has revealed when it comes to dealing with the truth, in relation to dealing with what our brother Muhammad ibn Abdullah brought, and in the same vein, we also understand that we were given our particular madhab or our particular school of thought, to express this as special mention. It's nowhere in the Quran that state that you have to express your history, as being Arab. Even though we got some of our people that may have a misconception and think that the Quran don't support that. One of the main keys in everything that was read, and all of it is a major key, is this is very important down here, this particular portion that was read by our Grand National Secretary of the State, where it states, therefore, it is a dire necessity when studying history, one must take into account all the surrounding times, people, and conditions in order to ensure the validity of that history. This is why Muslims teach Quranic Arabic to all Islamic converts, no matter their national tongue. As a result, they will receive the full flavor of Allah's message through His holy prophet Muhammad. There are many words in the Arabic language that cannot be transliterated into English, Latin, Spanish, etc., without losing some or all of their potencies, especially English, which is well known as the mutt or bastard language of the planet. This is very key, family. When you look at certain words and we say that, there are many words in the Arabic language that cannot be transliterated, especially in the English and other languages too, without losing some or all of their potencies. And this is why we say a translation from a transliteration is an attempt, family, to express what it is the Most High was saying. Whereas we know that, in fact, Muhammad himself is the only one that knew the exact expression. We are going forth with measures that deal with the root of the word of that expression. You see? And we grow in consciousness as a result of our research, and digging into this as special mention. So we are humbled when it comes to dealing with expression, not to go into an extent to where we become fanatic, and so forth and so on, to where we think, that we are the end all and be all. One of the things that we teach is the more you know, the more you grow. But we also teach, basically, knowledge means to know and know means to apply. You see? So we are here to demonstrate the application of this knowledge, and that way it can benefit us and also benefit those who come after us. Because there are many among our people that were actually successful from the true teachings of the Quran. It was those who deviated from what was revealed that became unsuccessful. So what I want to do, I'm going to stop sharing this right here, because I'm going to go into another measure, because now we want to get into the essence of our subject matter, dealing with the Kemetic origin of the original Arabic script of the Grand Quran of Muhammad. So it's necessary that our people get this insight, family. But the only way that they can get this insight, is that they know the history. You got to know the history. And most people don't know the history. They just see things as they are being presented, par and and packaged, so to speak, to them right now. And then they just say, well, that's what it is, because somebody said that's what it is. Well, we don't demonstrate like that. We do the necessary research, in reference to everything that's given to us. And then we move from there, and we've been covering a lot of measures, family. We touched on a particular drawing, and I'm going to go right here again for those who may have not seen this. And be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already, so that our people can get this information. We're trying to get this information out there to everybody. We're not those people who come up here, and don't present you anything. We are presenting the very root of the knowledge so that you will know it, and then you can speak intelligently or with an intelligent tone, as opposed to going on something again because somebody said it. So first thing we have to eliminate before we even get into this discussion, is and I've showed this in a few of our classes, but here we are again. It's always good to use the hammer of repetition, because these are sources that give our people some insight. So, this is dealing with the ancient Kushite relics of prehistoric Arabia. And I always show our people here, this is what the original inhabitants of the place that today as Arabia, what we call the land of Canaan, this is what they originally looked like. As you can see the locks, you can see the beard, with the very coarse beard. We can see the broad features in the nose and the lips, and you most definitely know that this is the prototypical Kushite that was there before the modern Arab got there. It's important that you know this history before we go into anything else. That way you don't think that somebody trying to, like I say, Arabize you in this teaching. So we see here, and I just go through certain measures because I want to get into the essence of dealing with the actual alphabet. It's where I don't want to spend all the time going through everything here, but we'll touch on certain measures that's necessary in this document, kind of skim through it. As we can see here, it says at the present time, Arabia is inhabited by two distinct races. It says, namely, the descendants of the old Adite. And for those who don't know what Adite mean, the Adite people are referred to as the first people. There were like one, the two, maybe even three different groups of Adites that were mentioned in the Grand Quran that met their destruction, so to speak, by various different cataclysmic events. So these things are recorded in the Quran itself. You have your Kushite, notice they say Adite, Kushite, or Ethiopian race. So in other words, the Adites are the same people that are known as Kushites, and also what some people like to refer to as Ethiopians. There are many different names based on the language that you're dealing with. But some people may say Abyssinia. Some people may say Al-Habasha. Some people may say the people of Ethiopia, Sudan, Kush, Ta, Nahesi, Taseti. They're all different names based on who it is that's speaking on these particular people. So the name would be correct based upon the language that people speak according to what they know. But those are most of the time the names that you will hear. So also Sabah or Shiba, very important. And so it says, again, they are known under various affiliations, just like I just said. And dwelling chiefly at the south, the east, and in the central parts of the country, but formerly supreme throughout the whole peninsula. And the Kemetic Arabians, Muhammad's race, found chiefly in the Hejaz at the north. You see, in some districts of the country, these races are more or less, you see. And it also says, according to the Arabian tradition, Ad, or the primeval father, they call him Shaddad bin Ad sometimes. The primal father of the pure Arabians settled in the region. Notice it's a primal father of the pure Arabians, which would look like this and not like the modern Arab that you see today. It says, again, according to the Arabian tradition, Ad, the primeval father of the pure Arabians, settled in the region occupied by this desert, where he built a city that became great and powerful. The Mohammedans say the city and people were destroyed on account of the unbelieving wickedness of the Adites. And I just alluded to that earlier. It appears to have been understood also that the earliest civilization appeared in Arabia. And so these again were Cushites. See, a lot of people have so much hatred and prejudice in them. When they hear the term Arabia, they automatically think of a pale-skinned Arab. But if you go into our 101s and our questionnaire, we go into the S and tell you that, the Garden of Eden was in the holy city of Mecca. Now, does that mean that the modern day pale Arab was in that garden, the land of Canaan? No, we're talking about the ancient Cushites. You see, so if you remove the roadblock of the prejudice from your mind, you can go back to the time where your ancient ancestors were in that particular region long before the modern day pale Arab got there. And we don't say this, to be mean and unjust. We say this because this is the truth. We are indigenous to the planet as a people. So it says this was manifestly the belief of most ancient Hebrew writers who describe its first inhabitants that had cities and civilized life as Cushites. Again, it was Cushites that were there. And they recognized no country as older than Cush or Ethiopia, which was intimately associated with the oldest traditions and recollections recorded in their scriptures. Now we must know that when we get into the language and inscriptions, there was a few different expressions, that were there. Because these Cushites, we talk to you all the time about our ancestors, were also known as the Sabians. They're referred to as the Sabians. And this is actually the script of the Sabians. It's important that our people know this. You can see the Kemetic influence. We always point out this particular symbol, that's a representation of rulership between the God man and the God woman, because we seen men in ancient Kemet with the head dressed with the crescent moon and the sun centered, between its points. We seen both man and woman demonstrate this measure. So the Sabians or the Cushites, basically had this same symbol. This symbol is most universal when it comes to dealing with our people, period, because you can find this same symbol all the way over into the region of West Africa. You'll still see this symbol right here in certain historic expressions. So what else is meant to be understood here? It goes on. it says Cush had 6 sons whose allotments were as follows. Seba, the founder of the Sabians. This is the first son of Cush mentioned in Genesis chapter 10 if you go into the list of the nations. You see? And it says Havilah. Very important name because Havilah is one of the names that's mentioned in reference to dealing with the Garden of Eden in the Bible, or the Piscean records, who peopled the land of Havilah on the frontiers of that of the Amalekite Sabta, who with his brothers Ramah and Sabteka is supposed to have resided in Arabia Felix, which what they like to call today the Arabian Peninsula and so forth and so on. The former of these had 2 male children, Sheba and Dedan. Sheba was the progenitor of the West East Ethiopians, to whom he left his name. Very important. It is said in the teachings of our beloved brother, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he said the tribe of Shabazz crossed over from the Arabian Peninsula, from the holy city of Mecca, and went into, the Nile Valley civilization. You see, so a lot of this stuff is rooted in this same information I'm giving here. The Hindus suppose that the African Negroes were the first inhabitants of the Dwipa, a country of Kusha, and that's India, Kusha. So these are the Hinduist Kushites who come from, the same Nile Valley culture that we call the Meru Kushites. So they left, the Meru Kushite region and went into the Hinduist Kushite region. And these became your Hinduist Kushite Valley civilization dwellers known as the Hindus. You see, this Kusha Dwipa, without a scribe, it says to them, comprises Abyssinia and Ethiopia. Abyssinia, on the authority of Bruce, still acknowledges the Queen of Sheba, who came to Solomon as their sovereign. Nimrod, the remaining Kushite and mighty hunter, is singled out and spoken of alone in the sacred narrative. The beginning, it says, which progress of his kingdom is recited in the Pentateuch. And it says the only other reference to him is by the prophet Micah. And Micah is actually mentioned in the Geneva Bible, as being, the Moorish prophet. So it says, who mentions the land of Nimrod. So everybody that is familiar with the concept of knowing Nimrod, they know about what is referred to as the Tower of Babel. And it is said that, language was scattered in the Piscean records, or the biblical expression. Whether you accept that or believe that the biblical expression, exists or not, that's your particular opinion. But what I will say is that going into this particular history, what we do know is that there is a particular language, that every nation adopted, and they was actually dealing with one particular alphabet, but yet they developed their own alphabet on the side of that particular alphabet. And the language that I'm talking about is a Kushite language that we know today as Phoenician. You see, many of our people have no idea about this. And you will see that even the Phoenician culture, contrary to popular belief, was influenced by Kemetic culture. Facts. You see, it's just that our people like to accept the European narrative so much to where they have no understanding of this. And there are many different relics out here that proves this. So when you talk about Sumeria, because Nimrod, is really the founder of, that particular measure of Sumer, as well, according to the Piscean records, you understand that all of this stuff is still connected to Kemet. It was these same people that found it again and was a part and partial, together. That's why a lot of time when it says, where did science begin? It say, well, it began, in Kemet, and the Sumerians, were the founders of this particular expression, a branch of knowledge. You know, around the same time, they came up around the same time people will put it there, but we know Kemetically there are more records, you know, that have been proven than there are in the Sumerian, because a lot of the things in you know, what they call the cuneiform has not yet been, you know, looked into as deeply as things have been looked into Kemetically. That's why Kemet end up being pretty much the main source that people go to find out what nations were, so to speak. But anyway, you know, this is the same thing being said over again, so I don't have to reread that, but this is actually an Arabian relic, and you can see the Kemetic influence on this. You know, definitely a play on female sphinx. You know, we can see Ma'at here, you know, and we can see the god queen, so to speak, a goddess and queen, you know, being expressed in that particular region. Make no mistake about it. Again, we had the same thing here. We see that same symbol. You know, we see also here the head of the bull or the cow. In most cases, some people will say, because, you know, there's a relation between male and female, both of those particular animals. So, you know, this symbol is, you know, again, the crescent, and then the sun is being cradled between that particular droid. You know, you see again the Sabian language, and here it's saying the same thing. It says Arabia was the original Ethiopia, a land of Cush. Countries on the Upper Nile were called Ethiopia because they were at first colonies or dependent provinces of ancient Arabia. At a later period, when the ancient and long continued sway of the Ethiopians of Arabia declined and gave way to the rise of great monarchies in Western Asia and India, Kushite regions of Asia received new masters and took new names. And this is why we see things as we see them now today, and as they are today. You know, the way we see the people, because we're looking at them how they are now, and we don't even think to look at it from this ancient perspective of the original inhabitants. And so this will make it easy when you hear me demonstrating. Note that I'm going into the root information. I go back to the oldest attestation of the information, you know, as far back that I can find it in the records. Because if we go back as far as we can, then we can see what it was before it became what it is now. You know, again, but if people are short-sighted, they will look over there right now in Saudi Arabia and say, oh, you know, this is crazy. You know, it ain't got nothing to do with our people, because they looking at what's over there today without doing the research and going back into the antiquity and seeing that we were there first, even if they know that some of our people deny this. And you get the book, you know, Ancient Civilization, a Myth and Reality by Sheikh Anta Diop, and he go into the whole history talking about Ishmael, you know, and he goes into the history talking about Prophet Muhammad being a descendant of the ancient Sabians. You know, the same thing that I'm talking about right here. You know, he go into all of that right there. So if you want to know of another source, and you probably already read his book, and if you know that right there, then you should already be on board with this information while I'm presenting it. You see, these are just more ancient sources, you know, that old. A lot of this stuff be from the 1800s, 16, 1700s, sometime all the way back into the 1500s. You know, so I go into the oldest information. They go into the information that was original before it may have been, you know, watered down. So we giving you the oldest expressions of this information as opposed to what they're doing now. It says Arabia itself was reconstructed by new forms of political organization. And finally, the later Greeks and Romans introduced the custom of confining the name Ethiopia to certain African countries on the Nile and above Egypt. You know, in other words, The way they use the word Africa now is how they used to use the word Ethiopia, in a lot of older documents. And so they referred to Saudi Arabia as Kush or Ethiopia, meaning all of that was considered a part of Africa. You see, what they like to call Africa, because we know Africa wasn't nothing but a little small place in the northern region, or what we today call, Tunisia and, all those areas over there, areas that was dealing with, where the Carthaginians had settled in their particular time, So that's a whole nother measure. But nevertheless, it says in the Hebrew scriptures, Arabia is uniformly described as Cush, or the land of Cush. In our English Bible, as a translation of the 70, it says this term is usually rendered Ethiopia. In the 8th chapter, it says of Esther, with 127 provinces of Persia Empire. And this is actually from Smith's Classical Dictionary, where this is being quoted from. And then it also goes into certain measures that we have been given in reference to the teachings of the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, where Omer describes Ethiopia as divided. That's what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said Ethiopia means something divided. So this is why we don't use that name per se ourselves, but we are reading the history, that is being given prior to, the Moors coming on the manifest, so to speak, when it comes to dealing with the teachings as we have them. We giving you all the terminology that was being used, and evidently this was the terminology being used during the time of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. So anyway, it says, Homer describes Ethiopian as divided and dwelling at the ends of the earth towards the setting and the rising of the sun. Strabo favors the following explanation of Ephorus. The Ethiopians were considered as occupying all the south coast of both Asia and Africa. You see, this is why you hear the term Asiatic being used. You see, in reference to our people, because they were there before the people that you see now you call Asiatics. Before they were there, we were there. We ain't saying this just by chance. This is the truth, family. Every place in the world that exists today, you can find an indigenous population that was melanated. Facts. You see, now when you get into getting caught up into who presently in these places now and the way that they look now, you can be deceived by that. You understand? So you have to have it in you to know that we as a people, again, are indigenous to the planet. And they will even tell you that. You even got your boy over there, who it is, Putin over there kissing, a melanated picture of Yehoshua. You understand? Everybody know who we are but us. So anyway, it says, again, both Asia and Africa as divided by the Red Sea, anciently called the Arabian Gulf, into Eastern and Western Asiatic and African. It is added that this is an ancient opinion of the Greeks. It says this is undoubtedly true as far as it goes. In other words, the Greeks themselves was calling these people that was in this area Ethiopians. They understood that those who were Asiatic and African, as they like to call it, were really the Cushites. So this is why you have, teachings where you hear Prophet Noble Drew Ali talking about the Asiatics. Even in the NOI, even though they use the term Asiatic black man, we already know black is not a nationality, but we get what they're trying to express. So it says Arabia was original Ethiopia, and its name was applied to all its colonies and affiliated communities, whether established at the west by the people called Phoenicians or at the east from the southern and eastern shores of the peninsula. Again, this is actually a plate, with the Sabian or Sabaic writings on it, we see that the Nubians have adopted this particular script, to come up with what they call Nuwapic. Malachi York, the brother is basically Sabian, is what they are demonstrating with, in their way of expressing it. So what we have here in front of us, to shift the gears a bit, so to speak, this is a plate, that actually has what we call Demotic writing on it, coming out of Kemet. The Demotic writing comes after hieratic, and this is what this is. The importance of this special script, shows the origins of the alphabet that we can call Arabic, and many other nations also adopted from these particular measures. And so if you look through these particular drawings and you're familiar with Arabic, it's easy to see certain things in here, that relates to Arabic. But this goes back to a more ancient expression of Arabic. In other words, I'm saying that the Arabs adopted their script. This is what we must know from the Demotic style of writing, and then they gave to the symbols that they took from it their own definition, letter per letter. And we'll get into that. Even the style. This is Demotic. This is the Demotic expression. And we even found in these particular drawings, we show it to our people all the time, the glyphs, of the name Allah right here. This is Demotic Kemetic language. It's important that our people see this. This would be the A going into the LL, and this would be the H, Allah. This would be Allah in Demotic. In other words, the Arabs took this symbol, as their symbol for, Allah. And it's mentioned throughout here a couple of times. You can see it again here in this area here, and you can go throughout this particular measure and point it out in a couple of different places. There are certain letters in here that you can actually point out, like, for example, me knowing a little bit about the Arabia, I can see, for example, the letter Shin being expressed right here. This would be like Shin, where the Arabs got that particular measure from. Then we can see expressions dealing with like the letter B right here. Like this would be the Ba, for example. Or this would be the Ain right here, for example. This would be like a letter K if you were to take. So they took their symbols, certain symbols, and they took the style of this writing. And this is why, if you would look at this, this would be just similar to what Arabic looks like without the vowels, on top and on the bottom, So, and then when you look at it in this form, this is another Demotic text. You can see this is more, of a calligraphy type style. But this is definitely looking just like what Arabic would be without the vowels. So as we pointed out these things, it's important, that one is able to see this. You see, we're not saying that this here is Arabic. We're saying this is Demotic, and that the Arabs pretty much took this style and adopted it into their particular way. Like, for example, I was talking about the Ain over here, symbol that is in the Arabic. For right example, you can see the dot on the top. So this would have been Gain. You see what I'm saying? And it's a couple of more different measures in here that I can go into. But I'm just pointing out certain things to show our people. Here's another measure, dealing with a fragment from plate 5 of the tale of Patesi, son of Patetum. And you can see the same style on this papyri here. You can see it. Here's another particular papyri. Letter of a soldier to his commandant. Same thing. Same letters. You can see that this is more squared off like the plate I showed y'all earlier that they try to adopt on the Memphis decree that they had, that they have begun to falsely call Rosetta Stone information. Apologies letter, the same thing. Here's instructions of objection. Look at that writing style, family. Pay attention to this because it's very important. I'm going to point something out in a second after going through this, with words of an Islamic scholar. So look at that style. We're saying the style was taken by the Arabs. You see? And when we come down to this chart removes all doubt because we can literally look. Let me blow this up. And you see that it shows the evolution into what we call Arabic. Notice the same area where we go back to dealing with ancient Kushites. Also, you see the Nabatean or the Nabatean script. And notice where they're being mentioned to be at. Sinai, Petra, Abu Shadir. All of these are ancient scripts, that were demonstrated by the ancient people that was in that place that we call the Arabian Peninsula. And then you get into the modern script that they're calling Arabic now, and you see Kufic, Nakashi, the Nakshi script, pardon self, in the Kufic Middle Ages, and then the modern Naski script. But you can see the evolution. The original Kufic would be in the same vein of this Nabatean, or the Nabati. And some people even try to equate Nabata with Napata of ancient Kemet. I've seen that before. So you can see that they have on both sides, they had a more way that you express Hebrew over here, the Aleph, but it's corresponding with the Aleph in Arabic. Then you got Bait, and then you have Ba. Gemil, you have Jim, because there is no G in the Arabic language. But they're showing you the correspondent. Dalit, Dal, Hey, Ha. You see? Wa, Wa. Zain, Zay. Het, Ha. Tet, Ta. See? Yad, Ya. Kap, Kaf. You see? Lamd, Lam. Mim, Mim. Nun, Nun. Samek, Sin. You see? Ain, Ain. Pe, Fe. You see the P is interchangeable with F here, right? Sade, Sad. Quap, Cough. See the P is interchangeable with F again, right? Res, Ra. Sin, Shin, right? And then you have Ta, Ta. See? So these main 22 letters are the root that actually, evolve out of, the older Cushitic script. You see, and then again, alongside that, they originate their own particular alphabet. So again, when you get into where you start the first of the Nashki script in the modern time, you see the oldest is Kufic that is connected to this particular script. And this same script that I'm showing you here, when you look at all of these letters, pay attention to them. Look at the way that they are shaped and formed. Look at all of this, right? And we can actually go up to the same area that I was showing y'all earlier. We can go right here in this area that was known as Demotic writing in Egypt and find all of these symbols. If we were to go through it, we're gonna touch a few. We're gonna touch a few. Let's do this together. Okay, so let me go down here just to give an example of what I'm talking about. See this first letter being referred to as Aleph? Now they got various different forms based on which one you're going through. But you can find all of these different symbols here. You can find them all up here. Give me 1 second. Okay. I want to go back and forth between them without having to do all that scroll. Let me see if this, yeah, that'll take me like that. 17 and 4. Okay, so that first symbol, which looks, as if it is almost like an X symbol. You know, you can find it if you come through here, which is their letter for Aleph, right? All you got to do is scroll through here, right? Even though they took it and called it what they want to call it, you know what I mean? It's there, you know? So you can see right here, for example, that's that X style. You can go into a couple of them up there too, but this one directly into it. You know, we can also see the strikes, the single strikes that they have here, you know, going through here as it represents the letter A as well. Let's go back to 17. See it right here? And then you see the long strikes. Same thing, family. Like, let's look for this, the bet that they demonstrating here. Okay, let's go back and see, can we find something similar? Come up in here, scroll up in the document, look around, let's go line for line. You actually have a symbol right there that actually looks closer to the bet right there, you know? And we can just go in many different areas in here and do the same thing all throughout, you know, this particular document. You know, this would also be a letter B to a certain extent. You know, that looked like another one of the X's too right there that expressed the letter A, that X looking symbol. See this right here? This would be similar to the letter B with the dot under the bottom, you know. And so when we come back up here to 17 again in our pages, you know, then you understand. See the dot up under the bottom here? See the dot under the bottom here? You know, so like, I mean, you can see it both ways. This little symbol here, Gamil, look like a little Y-like symbol. See that little symbol there? Then it change up as you go on. But let's see, can we find this in its oldest form? So we come up here. And you'll see it's a couple of those in here. They go one right there. That's the upside down version of one. That's another one, looks similar to it. No, this is actually one too, upside down. No, that's another thing too. Not only did they take certain symbols, but they also would turn them upside down, lay them on the side. You know, this is exactly it right here. You know, these are different marks. They mean a different thing to the people, you know, in Kemet, so to speak. See the little wide looking symbol right here, another one down there, you know, but they were adopted. And that's what people did. They adopted certain symbols and they created their own meaning for it. And this is how languages become, you know, peculiar to a particular people. So there it is again, that same little Y-like symbol, you know, and it even goes here into the oldest expression of the Nashki, and then it goes here. So, I mean, we can go through the whole document. Some of it y'all can obviously see without me even having to go back up there. You can see that this is definitely similar. But this is called, again, the Nabatean. This is called the Arabic, you know, showing you the evolution of the language. But yet, it's found again up here. These same symbols are found up here in the Demotic before Arabic even came into existence. It's important that I show you this before I go into, you know, a scholastic statement that was made about this by a few people that are very credible, you know, if you were to ask me. So, you know, it's important to know this. And even when you come down here, you can see that why now the Hebrew and the Arabic is so close to each other. Because what we can see by looking at this, pay attention to this, family. Look at these two different languages. What we can see here, if we go back up I meant to go to this one right here, actually, where we was on the second portion. If you go back here, we can actually see that this Hebrew is adopted here. You see? And the Arabic is here. But yet we can see the relation to them. That's why when you hear certain words such as salam and shalom, you can see both of them mean peace, but in most cases a H is added to the Hebrew word, and Arabic just goes straight to the letter A. Like we always say, we say assalamu alaikum, and in the Hebrew it's shalom aleikim. It's very important that people understand the difference between the dialects, but there's related to each other. Both of them mean peace be unto you in the Hebrew and the Arabic, just different ways of saying it. You see? Like you would see Jerusalem and Darussalam. You see? It's just so many different measures. Abraham. You see? Ishak. Some words are exactly the same. We get into our strong words that relate between all languages, Kemet, Arabia, and the Hebrew. Like we always show our people the word katim, that go all the way back to Kemet, meaning seal, the seal of the God. It's in the Hebrew and the Arabic. The word katim is in Hebrew, it's in Arabic, and it's in the Cometian origin of the language. So this is how we vet our words Kemetically as well, by the existing languages that are on the manifest, because if it's the same in Arabic, Hebrew, and Kemet, this is the way we attest, and it goes beyond that, because the word a lot of time go beyond just those three. You can actually find these words in other languages as well throughout Africa. So that's even more evidence. So this is how we vet words, even the Kemetic words, to know whether or not that these words, have any validity to them, as opposed to just going on what the Europeans say and running with it. You see what I'm saying? So anyway, let me go a little further. Here, we're going to go back down here to this particular drawing. And like I was saying, so this is why you see these two beside each other. And notice they have them here in the abjad order, even in this particular chart. Now notice they have some expressions over here. This is referred to as Sabian. We just showed you the Sabian. Lihyanite, Talmudic, and Safetic. All these different scripts, though they are related to each other. These scripts in this style can be found, in West Africa. We have certain charts that will show you these same scripts in West Africa. You see there are different changes. Remember I told you they'll take certain measures and turn them upside down. See, they made this a little more jagged than curved here. You see? They turn this one to the side and turn this one. These are people that are dealing with adaptation and adopting, of certain measures. Letter for letter, when you go down here, you can see this. So when you look at it, that's, again, abjad order. This is how you know that something has been tampered with. If it don't have this ABGD or ABJD, if it don't begin like this, more than likely you're dealing with, a language chart that has been tampered with. If it don't begin with the abjad, I call the abjad the DNA. I call this the ABGD, I call it the DNA, of the languages. That's what I call it. Not DNA in the form of dealing with, the material that make up the body, but I use that term symbolically to refer to the link in all of the languages. And so it says a comparative chart of the ancient Arabian scripts here. Here's the more modern expressions. Again, what we have now, what we see now, and what they call Arabic now. Notice this has the abjad here, ABGD, and they will always come out the same. Notice they had a Hebrew beside it again here, you know, so you can see the evolved expression just as I showed you out of those charts above. Then this is the modern expression that we see now that we call Arabic. You see? Then you have Syriac or Syriac, and then you have again the Phoenician. And notice I always tell people, they be like, well, this is ancient Hebrew. But before it was ancient Hebrew, it was called Phoenician. So why not call it what it is? Then you got the Greek try to put their little 2 cents in. And you know they came later. But in all actuality, it's still going back to Phoenician. With little alteration that they have put up here. But for majority of the measure, it's the same alphabet. You see what I'm saying? It's easy. So now when we come down here, you know, and we deal with the way that you would normally see Arabic now, in most cases, see they had the 29 characters. This is because they added extra letters onto the original 22 root. And they came up also with 26 consonants, you know, and 3 vowels. That's what make up the 29. You see? And then it says 2 of the 3, however, occur both as vowels and consonants. And the characters in their pronunciation, the following consonants have more or less similar equivalents in English and therefore should not present any difficulties. Now notice, this is not in abjad order. This is how you often see it now. You know, and I actually use this particular order here to demonstrate what we call a harmonic sequencing dealing with these alphabets. This is how I memorize these alphabets, you know, over 30 years ago. This is before I was actually taught, you know, the proper tajweed or pronunciation of Arabic. I had already memorized it. I had already memorized, you know, these. And I use the way that we speak in memorizing it. But like I tell our family all the time, I use, you know, the music scale expression that I was taught, you know, when I was in kindergarten, basically. You know, the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. I took that principle and applied it to this to memorize, you know, these letters, you know, and so you would hear me say, Alif, Ba, Ta, Ta, Jim, Ha, Ka, Dal, Zol, Ra, Zay, Sin, Shin, Sod. You see? You know, and then keep going on and so forth and so on. You see? And so when we go into all of these different measures, you know, we come into a whole breakdown, but we also see you have your little vowels here, the 3 that they mentioned. Alif, you know, the Ya and the Y, you know, long vowels. You know, and so I use that particular measure. And notice here's another chart with the same thing. And what I did, I went 7 letters by 7, you know, like, and that helped me memorize it quick. You know, again, going back, Alif, Ba, Ta, Ta, Jim, Ha, Ka, Dal, Zol, Ra, Zay, Sin, Shin, Sa, Da, Ta, Za, you know, Ein, Gain, Fa, Quaf, Kaf, Lam, Mim, Nun, He, Wa, Ya. You know what I mean? That's how I recorded it, you know, in my mind. That's what helped me memorize it. Somebody else might be able to just go up there and do whatever it is that they do. You know what I mean? But again, this is not in abjad order, but, you know, it did help me to utilize it as far as the rhyming sequence, the rhyming sequencing, you know, of it. The abjad is a little more difficult. You can do the same thing, but these pretty much put all of the alphabet letters beside each other that were similar to each other. That's what they did here. You know, that's all they did, put all the letters that were similar to each other beside each other, you know, to show you which ones look alike. You know, like this here, you can't really see it good, but this is a symbol and it got 2 dots, you know, but it distinguishes from the one with 3 dots having the same bottom symbol. They all got the same, even this B has the same bottom symbol, but up under it has a little dot under it. 2 dots on the top, 1 dot under this one, 2 on the top of this. You know, and then like the gem here, it's similar to the Ha and the Ka. The difference is this one has no dot. This has a dot on the top. This one has a dot on the bottom. You know, and so I understand why it was put together like this, but just know that it was originally in abjad order. And to see it more with clarity, see what I'm saying here, like the ba, the ta, and the tha, and see how the ba has the dot under the bottom for the letter B, ta has the 2 right here for the letter T, tha has here for this measure. Then they have jim, which is inside the dot here, dot on the top for ka. You know what I mean? So you can see all this dal as D, then dal, DH, instead of just a regular strong D. Sometimes this will be TH because it's interchangeable. Just like this k in lock is synonymous with this ka. It's telling you how to say it. You know, we call it sound shifting. You see? And so when you come down through here, you got ra, zay, similarity between the two. One has a dot, one don't. That's how you don't get them confused, because you know where the dots are placed. Seen, sheen, you see? Seen has no dot. Sheen has 3 dots. Fa is one alone, so you always know what this is. You see? Kaf, you know? Then you have lam, meme. You know, these letters are, you know, pretty much unique unto themselves. Certain, like these here, ha. See that ha? That's that same H symbol that I was showing y'all in the Demotic. When I was telling y'all, you know, that's the expression for the glyph Allah. You see that same little circle? And that's the same thing that was up here. Let's see here. We'll go to here to get back up there to show y'all what I'm talking about. You can actually see it right here too. You know, we got a couple of little circles, you know, throughout this particular measure here. And nothing there. You see? But again, when you come over here to that symbol that I told you became the Allah glyph in the Demotic, see it right there, the circle. See it right here in good detail right here. You can't deny that. You know, in Allah. You know, I'm not saying that that's what this is saying in the Demotic text. I'm saying that the Arabs adopted that glyph, you know, into the name Allah for them. You understand? But that is the letter H at the end. You know, this is actually, you know, close to a Demotic A. You know, so I don't know. You know, we can actually go into saying I don't know. You know, and we'll get into that at a time. But I'm just trying to show you the style of the writing, you know, so it is that you would pick up. Like if I was looking at this and this is Demotic and I wanted to equate it, I would say, well, this looks more like Jim. This look like the letters. You see the dot on the top, you know, and that would be like the beginning form of it in Arabic, right? If I was looking at that, you know. So, I mean, like you can't get around it, people. Outside of me showing you what I'm showing you, this is my own research. Now I'm gonna let you see what scholars have said about this, and this is what led me into standing on what it is now that I just said to you. I'm gonna show you this right here real quick, and I got a whole lot. This is one of the first charts I put out a few years ago, dealing with the language, you know, and I went into it. It's called the mother tongue. That's what this document is called, you know, and I got a whole bunch of measures in here, but I'm gonna show you something right here dealing with the language. These are the only 2 portions that I ever been able to find on 2 scripts that's mentioned in this document. The script of Himyar, and I found out that Himyar is basically the same thing as Sabian. You know, you can see the Sabian inscription here, you know, and Himyar is basically Sabian. You know, same thing. Also, Sabian influence what we call your Amharic and your Ge'ez and all of that type of script. Same script when you go into it, just a different style of writing it. Now, this script known as Mudar, you know, is the hardest that was able to find. But when we looked at it and we observed it after coming into the knowledge of the Demotic, we find out that this, you know, is basically this portion of Mudar here that they calling this portion of the Mudar script. You know, this is one of the oldest, the only ones I could actually find. You know, and I can actually see that little J symbol right here, right up in here. Like this look like a meme if it was a, you know, if I was looking at it like Arabic. But this is Mudar, and this is supposed to be the oldest script from which Arabic actually derives as far as the cursive aspect. So it goes back even beyond just the Nabatean, but we can see, like this would be like the B here, but we can see that this is exactly the same script that we were showing you earlier when we was over here dealing with, you know, Mudar. I mean, not Mudar, but this script, the Demotic. You know, we can see the same Demotic style here in what they are calling Mudar over here. Big facts. You see? So in this document, you're going to see that one of the Islamic scholars, the brother Ibn Khaldun, you know, he refers to the oldest script that the Arabic derived from was known as Mudar. So like I said, I did this years ago, and I went into some history here. Y'all heard me talking about the Ad people, you know, so I went into, you know, Shaddad bin Ad, you know, y'all heard me mention Ad, and, you know, even going into the concept of Atlantis. You know, among the Arabians' first inhabitants of the country are known as Adites, from the progenitor who is called Ad, the grandson of Ham. These Adites were probably, it says, the people of Atlantis, or Atlantis, Atlant, and they are personified by a monarch to whom everything is ascribed and whom is assigned several centuries of life. Ad came from the northeast. It says, and he married, it said 1,000 wives, had 4,000 sons, and lived 1,200 years. His descendants multiplied considerably. It says, after his death, his son Shaddad and Shaddad reigned in succession over the Adites. In time of the latter, it says, the people of Ad were 1,000 tribes, each composed several thousands of men. Great conquests attributed to Shaddad, and he subdued, it is said, all Arabia and Iraq. The migration of the Canaanites and their establishment in Syria and the Shepherd King invasion in Egypt are by many Arab writers attributed to an expedition of Shaddad. So when it talk about the Canaanites and Canaan being the Garden of Eden, and it's saying that the people migrated from Canaan into Africa, like we was talking about earlier, how our brother Elijah said Shabazz crossed over from the Arabian Peninsula, Canaan land, into that particular area. You know, we have history of a migration out of that region all the way over into the west coast of Africa, all the way over to what we call the Richat structure, of what was set up as a civilization that they have been calling in history Atlantis. So it is said that Tehuti was supposed to be the last survivor, and he left there when Atlantis fell and went into the Nile Valley civilization, where they were barbaric at that time. They used that terminology. In other words, they wasn't fully evolved. And he taught or saw. So you see the migration coming out of Canaan, then going back over to the Nile Valley, and then, you know, even further into the east, into India. You see? And that's how the history is going. So anyway, it connects the Ad, you know, and speaks of the Ad as being destroyed in a similar way. That Atlantis, one was destroyed by wind and one flood and so forth and so on. But anyway, it says Shaddad built a palace and ornamented with superb columns and surrounded by a magnificent garden that was called Iram. It says it was a paradise that Shaddad had built, an imitation of the celestial paradise, whose delights he had heard. Remember, these are talking about the ancient Cushites in all actuality. You know, that was there in the area that they call in Arabia and all of that. And again, we have history that they migrated out of that region, you know, and went into, you know, like I say, West Africa. Remember, old man Ham settled in Southwest and Northwest Africa, and his son Cush settled in northeast and southeast Africa, according to Prophet Noble Drew Ali. So it was old man Ham descendants, the ones that was over there in the area of what we call Mauritania, a Mexim and Oxum Empire, Axum. But anyway, it says, in other words, the ancient and powerful conquering race overran Arabia at the very dawn of history. They were the sons of Atlantis, and their king tried to create a palace in a Garden of Eden like that of Atlantis. The Adites are remembered by the Arabians as a great civilized race, and they are depicted as men of gigantic stature, and their strength was equal to their size. It says, and they easily move enormous blocks of stone. They were architects and builders. They raised many monuments of their power, and hence among the Arabs arose the custom of calling the great ruins and buildings of the Adites. You say, to this day, the Arabs say as old as Ad. So when they speaking of the Adites, they're talking about the ancient Cushites, just like we showed you earlier. And it also has, when you say Dadanites, this is a word, Dadin. Adin, Dadin. Adin is actually the way that you actually say Eden in its proper terminology. Adin, Eden. But Dadanites are the Dadin. This is Dadin. Is mentioned in the Piscean records of the Bible, Genesis chapter 10. This is actually mentioned when we deal with the map. When you go into the map and they show Shabbat, Dadan, and all of that right there, I'll show you real quick what I'm talking about. Let's see if they'll pull it up here. If not, I'll go. Okay. Let's see. I want to get right into it. Go straight to it and it'll tell us. So, and they got a couple of them up here. See, for example, okay, it ain't let me stretch this out. Oh, there we go. Okay, so for example, this, see Shabbat right here? Shabbat here actually come from here, migrated over here. You see the little straight right there? I hate that they putting that up there. See it, how that little tip right there at the bottom? So they crossed over here, when they returned in this particular region. But this particular region that we call Canaan, they migrated, from this particular region, most likely from here. When they say he crossed over from, they were speaking of Shabazz, same thing, cross over here, set up civilization, then come back over here and go further to the east and then set up other civilization. But they came from the Canaan land, settled here. Some went further into West Africa, set up the civilization that's in that area. Now they call it Northwest South West Africa, which is the same area, Mauritania, same area where they say Atlantis is. This is the history, the way that Prophet Noble Drew Ali give it. So they left, returned, and came back. You see? But this is another emphasis here. See the name Sapta? This is one of the sons that's said to be Kemet in the Piscean records. See Seba here? When I say they the same people, Seba, the son of Cush. You see Havilah, and they talk about the river that flow up out of there. So they, see Dedan, the Dadites. These same people, Cushites, family. Sheba here. These are our people before the Eurocentric Arab looking person got there. You understand? They were all known as ancient Cush. Look at this map. See it how it has Cush here? And this is the Horn of Africa now. Same area where the Cushites is over here. Now look at the Arabian Peninsula. See what they calling it right there? Cush. And then they also have Havilah here, just like we seen Havilah on the other map, that was expressed in the Horn of Africa. You understand? So when you understand that and you really compare this stuff, I mean, it's evident. It don't take rocket science to figure it out, people. You see it again, Shabbat here, Cushites. These same people, see it say Ethiopia down here on this particular map. Very small there. Now, remember I was talking about how the term Nabatene, you know, some people say, because the P is interchangeable with the B, you know, some people equate the Nabatene people, you know, with Napata Meroi, you know, Metro. This is what a Metro Kushite dynasty is that I keep talking about. In Hinduist Kushite dynasty is in the Kush that's over here. All you got to do is do the research. It's right there. Same thing I just showed you right here. Kushite dynasty over here in the area of the Nile Valley. Kushite dynasty over here. And these are the same people. Don't let nobody tell you know, all that foolishness. They don't know what they're talking about, because they're looking at things as they are right now, as opposed to going back into antiquity. So what I'm showing you in the records is based on the antiquity. You see what I'm saying? And so when you go into all of this, like I say, we were the original people that was on the manifest. Make no mistake about it. You know, all you got to do is go and do the research and look at the maps alone, and they'll give you, you know, grand insight. You know, it's all here, fam. You know, it don't take long to find the truth. Look at this. Again, this is a better, well, it kind of ain't let me, okay. This is a better map of it. They showing a little bit more. See all this right here? Like, come on, man. See, it's showing Havilah down here, but we seeing Havilah up here on this part. You know, Havilah down here coming right across from Shabbat. So the 4 rivers that they speak of dealing with the Nile Valley. See, these 4 is 4 heads that the Nile River break off to. That's what they speaking of. That's why, you know, we say that Akubalon, you know, to us didn't represent just one piece. Akubalon, or the garden, in all actuality, to the Moors represented the whole of the continent together. You know, because Akubalon means the garden of Eden, as far as the way that we express it. You know, but yet here are the 4 rivers coming through. You know, right here, the Nile Valley. You know, the 4 that branch off, the 4 heads that branch off the rivers. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, a bigger picture of this. You know, so that the people can see what they are calling biblically. Let's see. Let's see if they show a map. You know, in the main major branches, they branch off to, you know, up here. You know, so, and they actually have other rivers that branch off of those branches. But this is it right here, family. You know, this is the only area that can be referred to in the book of Genesis. Let's go to, let me see. You'll get it. Look at that, what they got going on up here. Whatever, they will remix them with the quickness. So see the Garden of Eden and so forth and so on, they have that here. But it explains it when you go into the history of what's being mentioned here. I'm trying to pull up that one portion when it gives the actual description. Where is it? Oh, we'll do it this way right here. They got so many
Islam, he fell off. He'll be back shortly. Give me a second, Islam.
Okay. Yeah, we bite, family. We done got kicked up off the panel. So let me see right here real quick. How long was I gone, Scribes? Did I come right back in?
You came right back in.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So let me go back up here real quick. And I'm just trying to share the screen one more time. Yeah, you get to get in there, Rome, like, oh, we got to get him up out of here. Get out of here. All right. Let me see here. And we getting ready to go further into the actual language. We just want to let our people know with clarity we're dealing with. Okay. Okay, here we go right here. And right here, the 4 rivers. Genesis 2:10, a river flowed out of Eden. It says the water the garden give it, where it said there it divided and became 4 rivers, and they were Pishon, Gihon, Tigris, and the Euphrates. And I always, went into the essence of rearranging this measure, to the E, G, the P, and the T. If you isolate all letters except the first, you can actually see Egypt, so to speak. That's my stumbled upon, just off the head, that little acronym. I'm trying to pull up. I don't want to go into nobody else's document. They don't have it there. Let's see here. I don't know why they just won't let you go straight in the sub. I'm just trying to find one aspect. Here you go. This is what I'm talking about. It explained to you right here. It says, and the river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became in the 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon. That is which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. Now I showed y'all the Havilah in the Horn of Africa. You see what I'm saying? We know gold is there. It says, and the gold of that land is good. And there's bdellium, the onyx stone, which is really like what they call a black stone, so to speak. It says, in the name of the second river is Gihon. It says the same is that which compasses the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river, it says, is Hiddekel, which goeth east of Assyria, and the 4th river is Euphrates. So we can see, again, if we look at that whole area, and if we look at the garden as being like a Kubalon, as our ancestors said anyway, it all makes sense anyway. But it's telling you what it is. It's telling you that it's dealing with the land of Cush. You understand? In most of these areas right here. So, I mean, it don't get no plainer than that right there. Even though they try to displace it and move it, other than that area, if you're dealing with a particular source that don't want you to know the truth. So all of this information is relative, family. When you get into this information, it has to do with one having the patience enough to do the research. So getting back over here to our document that we had before we was let me cut these out right here too, because we don't want nothing up here interfering with us. We're gonna keep it moving. It says in the Quran, it says allusion is made to the edifices they built on high places, and it's talking about the Shaddad people, Ad people, expressions proving that their belief was considered to have been Sabianism. So the Odd people are said to have been those who believed in Sabianism. And we had an individual trying to come at us recently where we had to address them. They're like, yeah, man, the people of Kemet, Sumer, and all these people were really Sabians. You see? So the Sabian system of worship most definitely go up across the region of the ancient empires. so to speak. That's why Muhammad himself was moving with them in the beginning. So it says, in these legends, says, learn them, and we find traces of a wealthy nation, constructors of great buildings, and with advanced civilization, analogous to that of Chaldea, professing a religion similar to the Babylonian, a nation, in short, with whom material progress was allied to great moral depravity, obscene rites. It says these facts must be true and strictly historical, for they are everywhere met with among the Cushites, as among the Canaanites, their brothers by origin. It says, nor is there wanting a great catastrophe which destroys the whole Adite nation, except a very few who escape because they had renounced idolatry. A black cloud assails their country, from whence proceeds a terrible hurricane, the water spout, which sweeps away everything. The first Adites were followed by a second Adite race, probably the colonists who escaped the deluge. See what I'm saying? The center of its power was the country of Sheba proper. See? This empire endured, it says, for 1,000 years. The Adites are represented upon the Egyptian monuments as very much like the Egyptians themselves. In other words, their great temples were pyramidal, surmounted by buildings. The Sabians, says Agarthakites, have in their houses an incredible number of vases and utensils of all sorts of gold and silver, beds and tripods of silver, and all furniture of astonishing richness. Their buildings have porticos with columns sheathed with gold or surmounted by capitals of silver. On the frenzies, ornaments, and the framework of the doors, they place plates of gold encrusted with precious stones. The Adites venerated the gods of the Phoenicians under names but slightly changed. Their religion was especially solar. It was originally a religion without images, without idolatry, without priesthood. They paid homage to the sun from the tops of pyramids. They believed in the immortality of the soul. See, it's telling you that they wasn't no pagans like people was talking about they was. It says the great Ethiopian Kushite Empire, which in the earliest ages prevailed from Caucasus to the Indian Ocean, from the shores of the Mediterranean to the mouth of the Ganges. Remember I was telling y'all the Kushite Empire, Meroe Kushite, and then those in India? The Ganges River is to India what the Nile is to Africa. You see, same people. Was the empire of Dionysus, the empire of Ad, the empire of Atlantis. El Idrisi called the language spoken to this day, it says, by the Arabs, Mahra, in Eastern Arabia, the language of the people of Ad. Now, this is what they say here, Mahra, right? Mahra. Remember, we talked about Mudar. There's a connection between what they are referring to as the ancient language, Mahra. This is just the language that they are referring to it as. So, you know, I went into all this here because I actually went deep into the concept, you know, of Atlantis at that time. You know, I was going into that as I was teaching the same information, you know. So let me go a little further. And I want people to stop calling these maps flat earth maps to people. This is nothing more than an aerial view. You know, for people that run around here talking about flat earth, this is nothing more than an aerial view, you know, of what these things would look like from the top. Ain't no flat earth. Stop the madness. You know, so anyway, we can also see the origin where I was showing the migration of the language family, so to speak. You know, they talk about the trade and showing how some Kemetic, the Arabian crossover into this area that they use the term Beja. You know, see, this is Cushitic right here, Neo-Saharan. You know, this is where the DNA of most of our people originate, whether we know it or not, coming all the way across here into this area here, you know, of what is called Maris, you know, which is also extended up here on certain maps, Mauritania, the Mari people. This is also Senegal, your Mali areas where the slaves was taken from, and brought to the West. I just mentioned that because I'm there. But anyway, I was in this particular measure way back then, because this thing here about probably 12, 13 years old when I put this together. This is actually before, I discovered the Richat structure and all of that. I was just dealing with etymology and language. So I was showing the underwater Atlantean pyramids that's supposed to have been found between Florida and Cuba. Because, they got sunken cities all around, even over there in, China and Japan and so forth and so on. And so I was showing y'all this style of writing right here. A lot of people don't know about. This was actually found. This is called Iberic Egyptian. It's found in West Africa, the same area, Southwest and Northwest Africa, where the Maoris I just showed on the map, Mauritania, the original people dwell. And if you look at this style of writing here, this is an excerpt from what they call the Emerald Tablets. A lot of people like to say Emerald Tablets were just something made up. But if you look at the style of the writing, you see the same style I was showing y'all earlier. And this is closer to what we call the Phoenician style of writing as well. And it's also close to this Iberic Egyptian style of writing. You can literally see the same style, in this Iberic Egyptian that's over here. And we actually base our language, what we call Marabic, that has been created for us, and we still got to build on that ourselves. We base our language and our alphabet off of Iberic Egyptian. Iberian Peninsula, which is up there in the same area, North African area, where Gibraltar and all that has to do with, and the Egyptian, Iberic Egyptian, is what they call it. And this language comes out of that particular region. And if you look here, you can see it's really based off of the Abjad, and it's pretty much you can see the evolution from the vowel expression. See the A, E, I, O, U. So we was demonstrating that before the European came up with it. The A, E, I, O, U. And this can be found among the Merokushites. They have vowels in their language. You see what I'm saying? So let me go here. Okay. Come on. Don't you let me cut this here out, because I already see this thing want to play. I ain't getting kicked up out of here no more. So basically, if you go into Meroitic, the Meroitic language, I got charts on it as well, but if you go, you'll see that the vowels are there. But the way they break this thing down, if you notice, it's dealing with the Abjad. This whole thing is rooted in Abjad, and I didn't even notice it at first. See the A, E, I, O, U? Look. Bay, be, by, bo, boo. Day, di, da, do, do. And you see the D is interchangeable with T here, right? And then you have gay, gi, guy, go, go. But this is Abjad. B, see? G, A, that's the Abjad. In this language, Iberic Egyptian. But that's a whole nother measure. So what I found is, and I got a couple of excerpts here from our brother Mustafa Gadala in the Ancient Egyptian Universal Writing Modes, dealing with this same information, because this is a continuation. Our brother said in the language, he says it's Metanetta. He said, tracing the history of the Arabic language will lead us to ancient Egypt. All that I said is going to make sense now. Ibn Hazm, the medieval Arab scholar of Cordoba, died 1064, recognized that the Aramaic, Syriac, it says Hebrew, and Arabic were kindred dialects, derived from the Mudar. I just showed y'all what Mudar looked like. The dialect which the Quran had been disclosed. So the original Quran was written in Mudar, not Kufic. You see, not the Kufic form, you see, it was written in Mudar. Original Quran was burned up too. But it says the original home of Arabic. The Arabic of the Quran came from the northwest region of the Arabian Peninsula. These kindred dialects, Aramaic, Syriac, Hebrew, and Arabic, originated from the Moab region. Diodorus Book 1 tells us of an Egyptian colony at present-day Moab, in the nation of Colchi. It says, in Pontus, and the Jews, which lies between Arabia and Syria, were founded as colonies by certain immigrants from their country, Egypt. And this is the reason why it is long established institution among those two people. It says to circumcise their male children, the custom having been brought over from Egypt. It is therefore a logical step to consider the role of the ancient Egyptian language as it relates to the later formulated Arabic language, to decipher the ancient Egyptian language and its grammar syntax. Modern-day Egyptologists studied the Arabic language. They assumed that Arabic, being an offshoot of the ancient Egyptian language, would share much of the same grammar syntax and vocabulary. It was generally the right assumption, and thus Egyptologists were able to address the subject of the ancient Arabic grammar and syntax. The ancient Egyptian controlled Moabi region, the region of the Moabites, right, is regarded as the home of the Mudar language, the forerunner of Arabic, meaning the language that came before the modern Arabic. The name Mudar is abbreviated. Remember I showed y'all Muharra up there above when they were speaking of Shaddad bin Ad? It says from the actually Mudar is a form of the ancient Egyptian term Medunetta, meaning the words, language of angels, gods. Is no accident that Muslims say Arabic is the language of angels. In imitation of the ancient Egyptian Medunetta, the people of this ancient Egyptian colony, Moabi, spoke and wrote the Egyptian language. Scripts found in the Moabi region look exactly like the ancient Egyptian Demotic style of writing. He's saying it. I just showed it to you. I showed you what Mustafa Gadala is saying here. I showed you the Mudar right here. I showed you the Demotic style of writing. I showed you how the Arabic looked exactly like that. You know what I mean? And now notice a lot of this in this particular drawing right here, it's right here. It's evident. You can't get around it. So again, it says the Egyptians were the only people in the Moabi region who had an available writing surface of papyri and its associated writing tools of pen and ink. When the ancient Egypt lost its power in Asia, there was no one to maintain a literate Mudar language, and as a result, no more than a handful of written texts were found, because writing is not a part of the nomadic life. In fact, that was also affirmed by Ibn Khaldun in his Muqaddimah. He said the same thing. It says an unexpected sweeping success of the Islamic forces in the 7th century CE prompted the need to write the Quran. The new Muslim Arabs came up with a haphazard system of writing, it says, which is very cumbersome. It took a few centuries, it says, to keep on fixing its flaws in the process, made it even more difficult. It took a couple of centuries after Muhammad's disclosure of the Quran for an Arabic script to have some form. The end result was an Arabic script that looks basically like the Egyptian non-pictorial style of writing. Some variation in sound vocabulary because of the phenomena sound shift, as we talked about earlier, as well as the incorporation of some local Arabic vocabulary. The ancient Egyptian Demotic writing, such as depicted on the Rosetta Stone, resembles very much the Mudar, the forerunner of the present-day Arabic writing. The Arabic script survived and continues to survive only because it is the only permitted language of the Quran and prayers for the Muslims. The fate, it says, of Arabic is connected to the fate of Islam. It says the Quranic Arabic language tried to look different from its ancient Egyptian Semitic source by rearranging the order of the Abjad alphabets to A, B, T, Th. See the Alif, Ba, Ta, Tha? And it came, remember I was talking about the Abjad being the original order? And it says ETC, which caused them more problems. Other Semitic languages like Hebrew maintain the same order of the Abjad alphabet, despite the Islamization of Egypt and making Arabic its official language and only language. The spoken ancient Egyptian Arabic didn't die. The so-called colloquial Arabic in Egypt is practically the ancient Egyptian language with some intrusive Quranic Arabic dialect vocabulary. The spoken language in Egypt has its own peculiar ancient vocabulary, grammar, and syntax. To call the spoken Egyptian language colloquial, or vulgar Arabic is a misrepresentation of the history and content of the languages of the region where Egypt was a prominent literate country. It says that is fallen prey to the illiterate, nomadic Islamic Arabs since 639 CE. So here it is again, the expression of the Mudar script. We already showed you it's Demotic. This is Muqaddimah, written by one of our Moorish kin, Ibn Khaldun, born in Tunis or Tunisia, Cairo, Egypt. And this is the history that most of the Arabs go off of, because he wrote a lot of the ancient books. These some of the books that the Moors actually had transliterated. Abdul al-Rahman bin Muhammad ibn Khaldun. They just call it Ibn Khaldun for short. So this is what he had to say about it. Ibn Khaldun's al-Muqaddimah, contemporary Arabic 1335, as an independent language different from the languages of the Mudar in the Himyar. He's speaking of the modern day Arabic being different, though it derives from it. It say this as follows: we did find, with regard to clear indication of what one wants to express, a full expression of the meaning of Arabic, it is spoken today, follows the ways of the Mudar language. Same thing Mustafa Gadala was saying. It says the only loss is that of the vowels, indicating the distinction between subject and object instead of one use's position. So, in other words, in Mudar, there were no vowels. There were no vowels. There was just the language, like I was showing you with the Demotic. Within the sentence, it's a position within the sentence in syntactic combinations. It says kara in 1336 to indicate certain special meaning one wants to express. However, the clarity and eloquence of the Mudar language are greater and more firmly rooted than those of present-day Arabic. So, in other words, Mudar in its original state was purer. It says the words themselves indicate the ideas. It says what still requires indication or requirements of a particular situation called the spread of the situation. 1337, of necessity, every idea is surrounded by situations peculiar to it. Therefore, it is necessary to indicate those situations in conveying the meaning one wants to convey, because they belong to its attributes. See, this is talking about the difficulty of conveying certain messages based on the change in languages and so forth. And that's why I always say you can't exactly say what is mean, as an indefinite measure. You can only say it as an attempt to explain, what's being said. That's why you have so many different definitions for one Arabic word. It says in all other languages, the situations are as a rule indicated by expressions restricted by convention to those situations. But in the Arabic language, they are indicated by conditions and possibilities of combining words in a sentence, such as earlier or later position of words in a sentence, ellipsis, or vowel endings. It says they are also indicated by letters that are not used independently. Hence, the classes of speech in the Arabic language differ according to the different ways of indicating the possibilities, as we have stated before. Therefore, Arabic speech is much more concise and uses fewer words and expressions than any other language. This is what was meant in the following remark by Muhammad. I was given the most comprehensive word. It says speech was made short for me. So our brother Ibn Khaldun is quoting Quran back in his premise. He said, one may compare the story of Isa. It said, bin Umar, it said, a grammarian said to him, I find duplications in Arabic speech. The three sentences, Zaid is standing, behold, Zaid is standing, behold, Zaid is indeed standing, all mean the same? Isa replied, no, all three mean something different. The first sentence gives information to a person who has no previous knowledge as to whether Zaid is standing or not. The second sentence gives information to a person who has heard about it but denies it. And the third sentence gives information to a person who knows it but persists in denying it. Thus, the meaning differs according to the different situation one wants to express. It says such eloquent stylistic precision has continued to this day to be a part of Arab custom and method. No attention should be paid to the non-essential talk of certain professional grammarians who are not capable of understanding the situation correctly and who think that eloquence no longer exists and that the Arabic language is corrupt. They draw this conclusion from the corruption of the vowel endings and the rules for which their particular subject of study, but this such statement is inspired by both partisan attitude and lack of ability. Actually, we find that most Arabic words are still used today in their original meanings. Arabic speech, it says, still today express what one wants to express with different degrees of clarity. In their speeches, Arabs still employ the methods of different branches of the old language of prose and poetry. There still exist eloquent speakers at Arab parties and gatherings. There are poets who are gifted in all the ways of the Arabic language. The existence of all sound, taste, and healthy disposition as far as linguistic matters, it says, are concerned, attests to the fact that the Arabic language is still intact. The only part of the codified language that no longer exists is the Arab, the vowel endings that were used in the language of Mudah in the uniform and definite manner in the form that form a part of the laws of the Arabic language. It says, concern 1342. It says, for the Mudah language was only felt when that language became corrupt through the contact of Arabs with non-Arabs. At the time, it says, when the Arabs gained control over the provinces of Iraq, Syria, Egypt, and the Maghreb. At that time, the Arabic linguistic habit took on a form different from the one it had originally. The Mudah language was thus transformed into another language. Now the Quran was revealed in the language of Mudah. See, so when people go into the history, most people don't even know. They say Arabia Fusha. You know, when that ain't even the language that the Arabs use it now as far as dealing with Quranic, they use the Nashki script. And the Kufic is what the oldest that they attest. But it's telling you that the Quran was originally revealed in the language of Mudah. This is what a Moorish scholar that the whole Islamic world pretty much looked to said. This ain't no modern scholar now. This is a brother that was, you know, he got some antiquity on it. It says, in the prophetical traditions were transmitted in it. The tradition of Prophet Muhammad was transmitted in this. It says, in both the Quran and the traditions are the basis of Islam. It was feared that as a result of the disappearance of the language in which they were revealed, they themselves might be forgotten and no longer be understood. Therefore, a systematic treatment of its laws, a presentation of an analogical formation used it, and the derivation of its rules were needed. Knowledge of Arabic thus becomes science with subdivisions, chapters, and premises and problems. So what you see now as Arabic now, you know, is basically a alteration from the original Mudah into what they demonstrate now. That's why he said it became a completely different language or whatever, but yet deriving from it. The knowledge of Arabic thus became science with subdivisions, chapters, premises, and problems. The scholars who cultivated that science called it grammar and Arabic philology, and it became a discipline known by heart and fixed in writing, a ladder leading up to the understanding of the book of God and sooner of his prophet. Perhaps if we were to concern ourselves with the present day Arabic language and evolve its laws inductively, we will find other things and possibilities indicating what the vowel endings, which no longer existed, used to indicate. Things that exist in the present day language and that have their own peculiar rules. 1343, perhaps certain rules apply to the endings of the words of present-day Arabic language only, in manner of different from that which existed originally in the language of Mudar. Languages linguistically, linguistic habits, it says, are not matters of chance. Hold up. Let me start 6. Our family. Somebody done unmuted the mic. Okay. So, again, going into this history, family, again, it goes into the aspect of saying the relationship of the Mudar language to the Himyarite language, it says, was of same type. I showed you the Himyarite particular portion was above that. That's the same as the Sabian, Himyaritic, Amharic. You see, many of the meanings and inflections of the words of the language were changed in Mudar usage. In fact, this fact, pardon self, is attested by the transmitted material available to us. It is contrary to the opinions of those whose deficient knowledge leads them to assume that Mudar and Himyar languages are one and the same. It says, and who want to interpret the Himyarite language according to the formations and the rules of the Mudar language. For instance, certain of these persons assume that the Himyarite word quail or leader is derived from call. It says speaking, then it says 1344 and so on. This is not correct. The Himyarite language is another language and differs from the Mudar language. It says in most of its conventional meanings, inflections, and vowels has the same relationship, it says, to that of the Mudar language as to the present-day Arabic. The only difference is the interest in the Mudar language, which we have stated exists on account of the connection of the language, the religious law. It says the scholars to evolve and derive its rules. I hate that they did this here the way when I put it in here, it separated the word because it kind of throw y'all. It said there's nothing nowadays to move us to do the same for present-day Arabic. A characteristic feature of the language of present-day Arab are Bedouins. Like I try to tell people, don't confuse Bedouin Arabic language, with Quranic Arabic. Wherever they may live is the pronunciation of Q. They do not pronounce it as the urban population pronounces it. See? And as it is indicated in the works of Arabic philology, namely where the hindmost part of the tongue meets the soft palate above it. We got a chart that shows that. And neither it is pronounced the K as pronounced, even though K is articulated in a place below that where the Q is articulated in the vicinity of the soft palate. It says, as it is, when properly articulated, it is pronounced somewhere between K and then a Q, and they keep putting the numbers in there. It says this is the case with all Arab Bedouins, wherever they are or in the East. It has eventually become their distinguishing mark among the nations and races. It is a characteristic of theirs that no one else shares with them. See, this is why I keep telling people, you can't say day-to-day Arabic is the same as Quranic Arabic. This goes far as those who want to Arabicize themselves, to affiliate themselves with the Arabs and imitate the Arab pronunciation. So brother Ibn Khaldun wasn't with it either, But yeah, he goes into a whole bunch of measures. That's a lot more to read, But what we'll do, we'll end up getting this PDF out to the family. I'm just trying to show you that the Mudar that was mentioned, family, this Mudar language, basically goes back to what we call the Demotic style of writing, and this is where, the Quran was actually written, it says, in Mudar. So the Quran was written originally in Kushite language, family. And both Mudar and Himyar, though they have their own individual expression, they are both Kushite. In essence, they are both connected to Kemet. This is more of your Sabian, and this is coming from, your Demotic, which is still connected to the Kushite Empire. Because even what they call Meroitic, is a derivation of Demotic and hieratic. There's an admixture between the two. So that being said, we can now go further into dealing with some of the aspects of the Arabic. You know, we'll go into certain aspects of it. But what I want to do before I do that, I want to open up to my scribes, you know, so they can address this particular portion right here. And then we'll go further into our measure. So Islam scribes, you can come forth. Is there anything that you would like to say in reference to this information? Islam, Grand National Secretary of the State.
Woo, my pen is smoking. Do you hear me? Praise the Lord. Look, the only thing I have to say at this point in time is I am so blessed. You know, it's a blessing to be in this special class with my fellow scribes, you as instructor, Dr. Shaheed, and to our family online. And it just brings even more clarity, especially dealing with when we read from the Book of Fire, and it was speaking about the criticalness of being able to not just focus on language, but what else was going on around that time frame. And when you brought forth the maps, you know, and it's almost like even though this stuff was in front of you, there was still blinders on, you know. So it takes a Moorish American to teach a Moorish American how to be a Moorish American, and it just brought added race pride, you know, and even more clarity to what it is that our ancestors offered to civilizations of the world, and just being able to trace what the prophet stated. And we have gone over this before, but every time we do, I know for self, it just it's some more boulders falling out of the eyes as far as enhanced visualization, and also the importance of our special language. And when you flipping back through my pages here, when you brought those charts up again, you know, and being able to see the Nabatean and the Arabic, and then went back to the Demotic, I tell you, that was so powerful, Dr. Shaheed, very powerful, because we can actually see in real time. Here's the letter, the Aleph, Alif, and then let's point it out here in the Demotic language, and you could definitely see the parent from the children languages, and that brought it forth. Like when we were searching languages before, and you say, okay, this is the parent, and these are the children, but you actually brought clarity when you could see it for your own self. So this is just a blessed class. I'm definitely going to be listening to the playback, so I can make this even more applicable to the self. But gratitude more for this blessing. Peace and love.
And gratitude and peace and love. And yeah, we definitely have to give that history, because most people that's trying to be Arab, going over there trying to learn Quranic Arabic, they don't even know nothing about this history. So they become Arabized as a result of that, you know, because they want to sound like they're demonstrating the culture of Quran, but they don't even know the original Quran was burned by Uthman. Uthman burned them up, you know, and they were said certain things was supposed to be imperfect or whatever the case may be. But a lot of people disobeyed Prophet Muhammad, you know, and I would say the original Quran should have remained as it was, you know, and they said they had recorded them to memory, you know, but the original we can see come from the ancestors' language, you know, so go figure, you know. Nevertheless, nothing is lost, because it is said that we could actually return back to that is special measure once we understand the proper syntax and, you know, the grammar. You can actually go back to the original Mudar in expression. So people don't know that the Quran originally come from the root in the Kemetic language, but now they do as a result of coming here. So Islam, next scribe.
Islam.
Islam, goddess and queen, Sister Ginger.
Islam. Now you know I'm already I was already fired up. Now you got me so fired up and wound up. I tell you, I got to calm down to try to express myself, because I tell you, this was such a powerful class. And did you just say they burned up things? Them Arab, they burned up things. And Dr. Shaheed, it's like reliving. It's like they did the same thing that the Europeans did to us. It's like the Arabs did the same exact thing. It's like I'm reliving when you presented all what you have done this morning, presented that. It's like reliving everything that the European did to when they went in and stole our stuff. It's like these Arabs did the exact same thing and took our teachings and try to make it theirs. And they know you can't erase it. Truth, you can't hide the truth. The truth gonna come out. I don't care how you try to cover it out. And we got I even put it, I had to put it out there on Facebook. You know, you just knocked the brains out of falsehood. I tell you, this whole class, and you had me when you first come on and you showed the picture of the man with the braids and the big nose and stuff. I was already convinced when I saw that, because I'm like, that is not no Arab person or whatever. You had my attention, my full attention then when you did that. But you always have my attention. But just like the goddess was saying, me coming out of Christianity and then being in the conscious community, because being in the conscious community, and I hope my family who's out there in Facebook, who's out there on here, I come out of the conscious community, and we already knew that we was we the one who gave civilization to the world. We already knew that, but you are taking it like deeper. It's like you taking me deeper into it. And I tell you, I'm like the goddess said, I was writing so much. My little fingers got tired. But when you were talking about the ancient Cushites of the prehistoric Arabia, and even in our book of Ali, you know, our prophet, he got a whole chapters in there, how everything began with the old man Cush, and it talked about Ethiopia and all of that. See, that's in our book of Ali. And then, and like the God was saying, I just give so much honors to my national grand chairman for this the Zooming of a Nation, or the Book of Fire, we like to call it, because that reading that we did, oh man, that was so powerful. And I encourage you, Morris Ken, those of you who are listening, if you don't have the book, call headquarters and get that book. I tell you, you will not go wrong in getting that book, because what we went over this morning, what we read, that was so powerful within itself. And then, I loved it when because I've run into my Morris Ken all the time trying to, and you didn't debunk that lie so many times, but I still run into it sometimes where they talk about Allah is an Arabic name, and in the demonic language, you showed us where you can see the name Allah. And then you talk about how the Arabic, they basically took our alphabets and stuff and adopted into their language. They adopted it to the alphabet and then changed it to what they wanted to look like and wanted it to mean. And so and also another thing, I loved it when you say before the ancient Hebrew, it was called Phoenician. And how you just showed us all that. I like I say, my mind is just going 100 miles an hour because you say it so much. And like the gotta say, definitely got to play this playback. Definitely, family, I encourage you to go back and listen to this playback, because you can't get no plainer than what we have shown you, what the God man has shown you, and with those maps. Yes, in those maps. I mean, man, all I can say is, family, go back and listen to the playback, because there's no doubt who was here first. There's no doubt who was here first. There's no doubt when you look at what's over there now, that's not the original. Oh man, Come on, other more scribes, because you see them already. Like I say, I was already excited. Islam, gratitude, God, man, for let me share. Peace and love, Islam.
In Islamism, gratitude to you as well, goddess and queen. Yeah, and it's hard for many of our people to accept this and understand exactly what's being said, because they have accepted presently what they want to accept as the truth. You know what I mean? And they don't want to deal with the reality of what it is that we bringing on to manifest. We're going to always bring documentation, because we know that always beat the conversation anyway, and that's the draw. And this is for those who want to really learn. But we have to go into this history the way we do so that our family know exactly what's going on. We want to take you to the root of the information so that our people know exactly what it is they demonstrate. And that way nobody can never come to them and say, oh, that's that Arab. You give them the history and let them know who their dad is. You let them know the real history, in the mystery, so to speak, that they've been hiding themselves from, because the truth ain't really being hidden from them. They hide themselves from the truth, and that's what's been going on. And I even had in my recent document, right here, to be exact. I'm gonna share the screen real quick and we'll go to our other scribe. I was showing this and I was waiting for them one to get into the conversation of dialogue, but they've been running, so we put it out there a few times here and there, but we ain't never really get a chance to go into the essence of this special drawing. And what I was showing, and y'all seen this before, these are Phoenician depictions. And you see the Kemetic influence on the Phoenician, the Atef crown of Osar on the head of El, the Canaanite deity. We see, here again, what they call the lotus plant with the Egyptian crown with the head of the serpent coming up out of the Uraeus. These are Phoenician pictures, though. These are not Egyptians.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And like the goddess right here, the brother here, same thing being depicted. This is supposed to actually be a depiction of Nimrod, according to this expression. Here we see all of the different sphinx that are coming up out of this area right here. You already know good and well that them ain't no European or Eurocentric like people. Them our people. You see, let me blow that up.
That's right.
Let me blow that up.
Islam.
See that big nose and them big lips right there?
Yeah.
Who do they think that is?
That's right.
In these ancient times. And I already showed y'all this one right here. See, ancient Phoenicia. All these are Kemetic like relics in Phoenicia. Look at this. Look at that. The head, this is mostly like the symbol of Ra, the ram on the Sphinx. Come on, man.
Yeah.
In Phoenicia now.
Yeah. They don't want no part of that.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I ain't get a chance to put it on them yet. I ain't showed them what I got in this hole. It's like 100 slides in here. See, they got Heru over there in Phoenicia. So they're letting you know that these were the same people. Look at that.
Right. Look at it.
You can even see the melanin in that brother there.
Yeah. Look at it.
Look at that. We can't make this stuff up.
Yeah. No.
I didn't create this. They'll say I created this. You know that, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The Commission created that. He made that up, y'all. That's what they be saying, right?
Yeah.
This is actually a depiction when you see a symbol of who they call Kadesh, which is what a word Kadesh, actually a Kadesh, like in Hebrew, Kadush in Arabic, for the word Holy Spirit. This is where they get the concept of the Holy Spirit being like the woman or Mary.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? That's where they get it from. Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's where they get it from. Where they make Mary the wife of God in the system of Catholicism. But this is a picture that's often depicted, as a symbol of the goddess in ancient Kemet. Very popular symbol. And this one here is also, I'm gonna even go a step further in a minute. Give a little sneak preview. But anyway, it says because they be trying to take this information too and remix it and go do stuff with it.
Uh-huh.
So this is also another Phoenician goddess image. Man, that sister right there look kind of familiar right there. She look like somebody we know, don't she?
I know, right?
Yeah, but so they go Heru again, Phoenician. That's another Sphinx measure. Look at that. Look at the Atef crown, the crown of Lower and Upper Kemet, but this is in Phoenicia.
Mm-hmm.
Same crown. You see?
Yeah.
See segment. This is the Phoenician version of that.
That's right.
Same people, man. They better stop playing.
Yeah.
And so when we come here, this was a sneak preview of what I was telling y'all about. I ain't gonna give no more than this right here.
Right, yeah. Don't give them nothing to. Yeah.
Yeah. So right here, if you look, this is the hieratic, right?
Uh-huh.
And notice on the side of this here, and D Rogue, this is his chart. D Rogue was one of the Egyptologists. He had it right here. This is where they should have picked up from.
Right.
See Phoenician, and they showing the letters right there beside the hieratic, the Phoenician letters. Look at some of the similarities between them.
Oh yeah.
So you can see that the hieratic birthed it, the Phoenician.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just a little slight difference here and there, but a lot of them are very much the same, family. So this is the true, I'm going to put it this way. This is the true alphabet that they should have been using to transliterate the ancient text. I'm going to just say that. I'm going to leave it alone. But anyway, the ancient, see, because I don't want to give them nothing, like I say, to try to run and go try to go to AI with.
Yeah.
So anyway, it says the argument of the preceding pages may now be restated categorically as follows. The Semitic occupation of Egypt lasted for several centuries. The origin of the Semitic alphabet is connected with this occupation by three distinct lines of evidence. The first is external. It says the sojourn in Israel and Egypt is nearly synchronous. It says with the Hyksos period. It says before the Hebrews went down into Egypt, the art of writing was unknown to them. And when they came out of Egypt, they possessed it. The inference seems clear. It must have been acquired from the kindred races who occupied the delta. You see, it says the internal evidence point to the same conclusion. The forms of the Semitic letters were not derived from the monumental hieroglyphics,
Wow.
but from the cursive hieratic. Boy, I can blow this whole demonstration out the waters right now, but we're gonna leave that alone right there. Like I said, right? We don't want to give them no ideas.
No give them no idea, man. So, like I say,
how many times we got to say that them alphabet didn't come from no pictures?
That's right.
That it came from the hieratic, though.
That's right.
And there it is, right there, showing you that it came from the hieratic.
They better leave us alone.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Islam.
Goodness gracious. All right. Any other scribe? I know the scribe got something to say after that.
Islam, bro. Islam, it's not the Bati baby without a territory. First, I'd like to rise, give our man of praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, swift angels, Mufti, citizens alike. Honors to all the Moors that spoke before me, all the ones who will speak after. Honors to you, Shahi, for this class. And honors to all the scribes. And, it's kind of crazy how everything that I've been recently investigating kind of leads to this. This is crazy. But speaking to the fact of the hieratic, the Semitic, or it said the Semitic language was didn't derive from the hieroglyphs, but it derived from the hieratic, and that shows a line genealogy when you're looking at the language. From everything that you done presented, you showed a line genealogy, and that it has to have a start in order to keep its authenticity. A lot of times the information that these guys are bringing is not authentic because you actually show the the foundational structure of language. They can't do the same thing. So therefore, they do like they bring these moot arguments with trying to take fractions of what you're saying and twist it into some type of understanding when yet there's so much to understand about the language, and even what you showing and us going through these classes, there's still a lot of things that are in the air. So you have to it's not just with language, it's not just that I'm coming to find out because I've been studying syntax, and it says parse grammar syntax, that the language is to be read in a certain form of fashion to where it's mathematically, because language is mathematics, and yet it can be read front and backwards and not lose what it's saying. So when these people are bringing forth their understanding of what it is, you can hear in their you can hear when they try to illustrate what they know, that it's not sound, it's fractional. It's fractional at best. And so I enjoyed the because it's all, to me, like I said, to me, I view it like a puzzle piece. And this is a puzzle that, to me, that hasn't been intact for a long time. Matter of fact, they done tried to scramble the board, but now it's getting put back together right before our eyes, and giving honest to, what I'm saying, the wisdom and the knowledge from, our elders here, Akhenaten and yourself, and the rest of the scribes. Got to give honest to for this information, because and can't forget Noble Drew Ali, the one that actually kind of put it in a organized form for us to build off of, what I'm saying? So, but it's a lot of information. It's good. And I enjoy the fact that we talk about syntax, because that, when we breaking that down, it has to be functional. And a lot of stuff that we hear today is not functional. Is not functional towards giving language its true attribute, as it being not just phonetical sounds and words, but it's also mathematics. And so with that, I leave it a come to peace. Islam.
Islam and peace, brother. That's a very powerful measure. I'm gonna give y'all one more measure in line with what we saying. It's just the next drawing real quick to go with that, to show exactly what it is that we just said and what you just said. Watch this. And this is from the Kemetic alphabet vintage engraved illustration dictionary of words, from Larive and Fleury, 1895. This is a chart. Pay attention to what's being said about the chart, because it gives you the language here. Look at what it says. Characters: Hieroglyphs, Egyptian. Phoenician coming behind that. Hebrew evolving out of that. Syriac evolving out of that. Then Samaritan. Then the Arabic comes. In that order, family. Right here. I ain't going to show the others, because like I said, I ain't going to give them enough where they can try to take it and tear it up, But the main thing is, what we have here is the true origin of the evolution of the alphabet. Everything else that come behind that, is a lot of conjecture involved in, what has been put out here, and they have been misleading the people. But yeah, brother, they definitely demonstrating fractionally. And like you said, they don't want this smoke right here that we got, when it comes to dealing with this information. And in fact, let me do this here because I had it closed again. I want to show that to you. If you couldn't see it, I want to blow it up so that our family can see it again. And then we'll touch on this, see if our brother Marvin Edward Bay have anything to say. This right here is what I was showing you, family. See, it's showing the origin of the characters: hieratic, Phoenician. So Phoenician derived directly up out of the hieratic. and with their own style. And the Hebrew comes after that. Then Syriac comes after that, and then Samaritan, and then your Arabic. You know what I mean? Like, we can't make this stuff up, people. In that order, that exact order. You see? And the Demotic, being a part and partial of what they call it abnormal hieratic, you would really consider it as being up in this same area here, even though it's not being depicted here, in the normal order of things. So it's very important that our people read and study, to be what they know. So Islam, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay, you have anything you want to bring forth?
But of course,
All
gratitude.
right. Islam, gratitude, grandman.
Yes, sir. Well, yeah, this is Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay out of the Texas Consulate. Praise and honor have been given. Well, I tell you, grand man, you bring so much information, so much knowledge, wisdom, all at once, and so you just make it plain that you can't just look at this and say you know it, or you can't just read something that hasn't gone to the depth in which you have gone and say you know something about the language. You know what I mean? So you have to be a student of this. You have to be, researching it. And you brought forth so much information to be researched. Within itself, because when you look at what has happened to the language, what has happened to our history, the knowledge of our forefathers and our ancestors, and all of the contributions that our people have brought, being the first people on the planet, like you said, like those people, they didn't have a language. They couldn't do anything but adopt our language and then put a spin on it. Try to make it their own. And then they turn around and try to eliminate, completely eradicate where it came from. But you're bringing it back and you're making it plain. And I'm just so grateful for being, in the process. Because that's what it is, a process. Because we have to be brought back. Yeah, we have to first be purified of all of that ignorance. And then we have to be brought back with the purity of who we are. Because we are a pure and clean nation of people. Our prophet said it. And if the prophet said it, you can believe it. That's all I'm gonna have to say, because you do a magnanimous job. Like I say, it makes more sense to me as to your methodology, because our people ain't gonna believe nothing, even though it's theirs. And I just say gratitude for all you do.
Islam, gratitude, and gratitude to all you do as well, grand man. So what we want to do now that we have the bike history on the origins of the alphabet, and we already know the methodology on the memorization of it and dealing with the letters, how we deal with our little harmonic sequencing. Let's go into the actual alphabet a little bit so we can set up the measure, of our homework, and we can go over these things. I'm going to this particular area here because they actually have the omniglot area. They have a lot of different charts on here. You get some back history, and you can see it's pretty much running down some of the same history I gave earlier with a little more detail. It's showing you that the Arabic script evolved from the Nabatean. Remember, we were showing that earlier, and we just showed it in the charts earlier as well. And we showed different forms. So we learned the different types of what Arabic is. We also see that it speaks of, the Arabic script evolved from the Nabatean Aramaic script. It has been used since the 4th century AD, but the earliest documented inscription in Arabic, Syriac, and Greek dates from 512 AD. It says in the Aramaic language has fewer consonants, it says, than the Arabic. It says, so during the 7th century, new Arabic letters were created by adding dots and existing letters. It says, in order to avoid ambiguities. And it says, further diacritics indicate short vowels were introduced. It says, but are only generally used to ensure the Quran was read aloud without mistakes. So original Arabic looked similar to like this with no, you seen it when we were dealing with the Coptic. They didn't really have nothing above them, nothing beneath them, as far as dealing with the lines and vowels are concerned. But then they talk about, there are two main types of written Arabic, which is classical Arabic, the language of the Quran, and classical literature. Now, some people, begin to try to talk about the original language, and they say that they're dealing with classical Arabic. Like we had our brother Morpheus would say that, and he said that this is Arabia Fusha. And I told him Arabia Fusha is not Quranic Arabic. You know what I mean? Even though he said, if you come right here, tell you, classical Arabic, the language of the Quran and classical literature, it differs from modern standard Arabic. Same thing I've been telling everybody. They tell me I speak Arabic, modern standard Arabic, and I got something where we're going to get into that too. I got a source for that, where ones can learn that type of stuff, but it's not the same as Quranic Arabic. Same thing I keep telling them. So they need to know the difference between classical Arabic, Quranic Arabic, and modern standard Arabic. It differs. It says mainly in style and vocabulary, and some of which is archaic. All Muslims are expected to recite the Quran in the original language. However, many rely on translations in order to understand the text, right? And, in other words, they want to stick with the English instead of going into the original language of the Quran, the classical Arabic. Modern standard Arabic, which is what they call al-Lagatu Arabiyatu al-Fusa. This is what the brother Morpheus say he learned. And I keep telling him, brother, what you saying, is not Quranic Arabic. And they like, oh, Commission, you don't know, you don't speak the language fluent. You don't have to speak Arabic fluently to know that the Quran itself is different from the modern standard Arabic. You see, how do I know this? Because I studied it. It says the universal language of the Arabic speaking world, which is understood by all Arabic speakers. This is the language of the vast majority of written material and formal TV shows and lectures. This ain't the language of the Quran, people. I shouldn't have to keep saying that over and over, but for some reason, people don't get it when I tell them this. You understand? But it's right here. It says each Arabic speaking country or region also has its own variety of colloquial spoken Arabic. They got their own dialects. These colloquial varieties of Arabic appear in written form in some poetry, cartoons, comics, plays, and personal letters. There are also translations of the Bible into most varieties of colloquial Arabic. There's also a version of Moorish Arabic out there. People don't know it, but it says Arabic, Maghribi Arabic too. It says Arabic has also been written with the Hebrew, Syriac, and Latin scripts. It says the type of writing system, abjad, consonant alphabet. Written direction, words are written in horizontal lines from right to left. Numerals are written from left to right. The number 28 letters in Arabic. Some additional letters are used in Arabic when writing place names or foreign words containing sounds which do not occur in standard Arabic. You see, such as P or G. It says additional letters are used when writing other languages. So they go into those used to write Arabic and all these different branches, that they have here. Some of them people ain't never heard of. But anyway, so yeah, it goes into showing Most letters change form depending on how they appear at the beginning, or middle, or the end of a word. And we're going to go into that in a second. Letters that can be joined, it says, are always joined in both handwritten and printed Arabic. The only exceptions to this rule are crossword puzzles and signs which the script is written vertically. The long vowels A, I, and U are represented by the letters Aleph, Ya, and Waw, respectively. Vowel diacritics, which are used to mark short vowels and other special symbols, appear only in the Quran. They are also used, it says, though with less consistency, in other religious texts and classical poetry, in books for children and foreign learners, and occasionally in complex texts to avoid ambiguity. It says sometimes the diacritics are used for decorative purposes in book titles and letterheads and nameplates, etc. And those are the marks that you find above them. So right here we can see, again, alif, ba, ta, ta, jim, ha, and down they going through all those particular measures there. You can go letter for letter, see what's being said here, the expression of them. Transliteration of the consonants used in the above, because that's called transliteration. This is the script, this is the transliteration. Translation is the letters. You see? Transliteration of consonants used above in the ISO version of 1984. There are various other ways of transliterating Arabic. Right. Now, this is where you come more into being able to read properly. And we'll get into some of that. This chart shows how the letters change in different positions. So you just know the difference between the final, the middle portion, and this is actually letter qaf, and this is the initial or the beginning letter. This is the isolated or the regular letter. See? And it's the same with each and every other letter. You can see the beginning and the end with all of these letters, which will let you know where you would have put a letter if you were spelling a word. So here are all your final, middle, and beginning stages. That's basically all you need to know. And then you learn about the vowel diacritics. Everything above, when you see that above, that represents the letter A. Everything beneath, when you see it beneath, it represents the letter I. But sometimes you'll see people put the letter E or Y in their transliteration. But that's all good. But it's normally like the I on the bottom, the A on the top. Then like this right here represents the letter U. A little curve right here. But then, so you get used to it once you begin to get into it and actually make these things applicable. They got a video here where you can even learn to write the Arabic, so that's always good. You can actually learn and memorize it by writing. They show the changes dealing with certain measures in Latin, sound shifting rules, So it's a whole bunch in here. They got the Arabic alphabet chart PDF. This is really all you need to learn. And then you learn the Arabic numbers. Sifr, Wahid, Itnan, Talta, and all the way up. That way you can recognize them when you see it in the Quran or something. And so they say the Arabic language. Arabic is a Semitic language, which really has a Cushitic background too, with about 221 million speakers in Afghanistan, Algeria, Bahrain, Chad, Cyprus, Djibouti, Egypt, Eritrea, man, all over the place. There are over 30 different varieties of colloquial Arabic, which include Algerian, and all these languages, the African languages up here. So they got a lot of resources just in this area right here. Simple Arabic text unvocalized, simple Arabic text vocalized. When they say unvocalized, they're speaking of not having, the vowels in it. The vocalized, you see the vowels in it. You see? Then they go into this transliteration right here. You can often, once you learn, it's easy. Like to go into it, like the Yuladu, Jami'un, Nasi, Aharen, Mutasawina fi, Fil Karamati, Wal Hukuk, Wakod, Wahibu, Akalan, Wa Damiran. It says, Wa Alehim an Yu'amila Baduhum Badan bi Ruhil Ika. And you can go and look at the recording of this right here. They got the translation right here. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act toward one another in the spirit of brotherhood. That's just regular, but you see the word nas is used here. That's for human beings. Like I was talking about inas, insan, so yeah, this is basically it. It's a whole bunch of links up here, for one to deal with their studies, and we're going to go further into it. So that's pretty much the gist of what we have as we go into this measure. A lot of this we have already been prepped for, and so we just jumping right into it, and we're going to deal with the language. There's also an app for the people who don't know, and I actually have a little book. I brought it from Barnes & Noble, and this is dealing with day-to-day standard Arabic, just on exercising it, because if you get into that type of measure and you begin to utilize it, it can also freshen you up and keep you on point as well, because it's certain words that are similar, but they just carry a greater meaning when you're dealing with the Quran. So you don't want to depend solely on this day-to-day Arabic for dealing with Quranic Arabic, but it's a good source, and they have a free audio app that you can download, just to keep yourself sharp on words, is what I say. And the little pamphlet, it's got like 160 pages in there, and it, got different phrases in it, how you greet people and all that type of stuff. If you want to go into that, which we'll touch on some of that, but mainly we just want our people to know the difference between classical Arabic and modern standard Arabic. They got to know that, or else they'll end up getting it twisted. So that being said, let me go back to my scribe and see what my Grand Secretary of the State has to say. And yeah, we'll go from there. And I see my little screen went dark. So y'all can still hear me though, right, Muslims?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, so we'll just switch to that scimitar. Let them know we ain't going nowhere. You know what I mean? Slow Grand Secretary of State.
I tell you, having already risen, giving praise and honor, we're due. This is so powerful. Gratitude for this class, for the clarification, and also, letting us know the difference between classical and modern standard Arabic. And when we look at the various like Omniglot and the other tools, I'm anxious to get into that. And gratitude for the preparation, so that it's walking through the fear, for lack of a better word, but gratitude to be able to go in this with a sense of recognizing this is part of our job as being scribes, to be able to go into these various languages, go back to the root. That was the key for me. When you're speaking about doing the investigation and the research and the study, going as far back as you can, as far as one's source materials are concerned, and bring it forward. But this is just such a powerful measure. Definitely, as I had stated previously, got to go to the playback where I can make this even more applicable to the self. So gratitude, Dr. Shahid, for breaking these degrees down for us. Peace and love.
Islam, and gratitude and peace and love, family. All is well. Praise be to Allah. Y'all already know when we come through this demonstration in this cycle, we're going to only grow and get greater, because We got to get our people these teachings. Goodness gracious. Islam. All right, scribes. Y'all come on in this demonstration and put the capstone on it.
Islam.
Islam, Brother Bati.
Islam. You know, and that's what that's another thing I've been doing too. One I was talking to this guy about coding the other day, and I realized that all language, you know, there's a what is it called? I don't want to say a flow state, but there's a way to and I was kind of hinting toward this earlier, to mathematically be able to speak all languages. And but it has to do with you knowing and that reminds me of what's the brother C. Kirkman Day said he spoke 92 different languages, and that could only be attributed to understanding the syntax of all language. And and I'm glad we're doing this, because even when I'm listening to, I take time out, listen to the Arabic, how the pronunciation of Arabic words, in order to get that language on there, because that's they say that for us, that's one of the hardest languages to learn. But once you teach yourself Arabic, you can learn any other language, and that was one, and vice versa. Everybody says that English is the hardest language to learn, but I'm saying, as it goes on, what I'm saying. But I'm enjoying the fact that getting back into, this, because it's going to strengthen your general understanding, and especially when we're doing classes outside of the ones that are, we show to the public, how we're going to be able to build upon our the measures, and how more in depth the measures are going to be off the language alone, and seeing it how it transfers all the way across the board through every nation, and that's kind of exciting for me. So with that, I leave us a comment. Peace. Islam.
Islam and peace. And they say that Arabic was the hardest to learn, but once you really get into it, you'll see that it really is actually easier than they say it is. Because I just showed you in the Omniglot, where they were showing all the different rules, it's really just identifying the letters, getting them on your dial plate, then learning, the tajweed, proper pronunciation, and I taught the Egyptian Arabic version, of the dialect, but just learning the letters and learning the sounds, just like we have our alphabet, and then learning, to write them. You can write them, actually. That's the best way to memorize them. Letter by letter, just write them, like write the letter A, until you exhaust it, and then B, and then, whatever, write it all, and it goes in the memory. And also you'll be learning how to write, and then just learning the beginning, middle, ending forms, and learn your diacritic marks. And that's pretty much it. Once you do it, it's just an application. I learned Arabic in 3 days on my own. You know what I mean? Like I said, I memorized it. Then I started trying to write it. And then by that time, I, like years later, whatever, I ended up running into the brother, probably about 2-3 years afterwards, and then he was with the brother Nakati, and he taught us, tajweed. And so praise be to Allah, we able to use that information and bring it to our people. I still got my lessons that we was actually building off of, the actual information, the paperwork, that we was learning the Arabic off of. I still got that, so praise be to Allah, Islamism without the schism. Yeah, but it's there. We just got to apply that will, and like we say, once we begin to use it, it becomes even greater. And that's why we gave you the version of the Quran that you have with the Arabic in there and the transliteration, so that ones can study it. Also Quran.com, Don't be shy when it comes to using that, because that you can go right in Quran.com. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna show it to you real quick, and we'll proceed on. You just go into it and you can use it. Surah by surah, verse by verse, ayat by ayat. I memorized a lot of surahs out of the Quran, myself a while back, when I first come into a little information of it. But let me see here if it. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we're just trying to go to something random so we can put it up here. Yeah, that was me that time, Muslims. I messed around and hit the wrong button. Let me hit this here and share this screen real quick. We'll be our way up out of here in a second. Let me do that. Okay. So like I said, you can come up here and it's just a random surah. I just pulled it up. Al Yasin, by the Quran, rich in wisdom. By me knowing that this word right here, Quran, and a word I identify off the rip, it says rich in wisdom. I know the word wisdom is hikmah is what they call it. So I expect when I come up here, it says by the Quran, that's wa al-Qurani, wa al-Qurani. And then it says al-Hikmah. Actually, it says al-Hakimi. Hakimi is what it says, because you see the I right here at the end, And so.
وَالْقُرْآنِ
Al-Hakim.
See what I'm saying? And you can go in there and you can get the sound.
Al-Hakim.
Just by that right there, listening to it. Or if you want to get fancy, you can always hit this.
وَالْقُرْآنِ الْحَكِيمِ إِنَّكَ لَمِنَ الْمُرْسَلِينَ على صراط مستقيم تنزيل العزيز الرحيم.
So Islam. So basically, I just wanted to show you. They go, you can learn as far as dealing with the pronunciation right there. Surah by surah, word by word, letter by letter. It's really going to come into one putting in the work. Because, for example, it ain't for me to make one say, do this and do that and go that way. It's going in one's own measure and doing their research. You know what I mean? And then they gonna take it where they need to go. You see? I'm just giving the keys. Go ahead, brother.
Is that, you said that's the Omniglot?
No, that was Quran.com right there.
Quran.com.
Omniglot just giving you, the basis on the aspect of dealing with the alphabet.
Yeah, because I'll be trying to listen while I'm working. So
yeah, there you
in
go.
order to get
Quran.com.
Yeah. Because I didn't get a chance to go to Tajweed class. I was yeah. Anyways, that's what I was looking for, Islam.
Yes, sir. Islam. Yep. So all is well. Praise be to Allah. Well, all right. What about our other scribes?
Islamism. Islamism, that Dinger Neocritic Bay honors has already been given. As been said, this just been a powerful class this morning. Gratitude, Dr. Shaheed, for taking us back to the original, taking us back to the beginning from the origin. And that is always important. If you don't know where you come from, how we gonna know where we going? And gratitude for all that you did this morning. And for me, like you said, some of the things that you showed on some of the slides, kind of familiar with, but looking forward to getting deeper into it. And like you say, I have to apply myself. And I know you probably gonna send us all that information that you showed us. And when I get it, excited about getting into it and reading it and going into it. And I know one of them you say we can just basically, I guess, Google it. And I want to practice more on the alphabets and then the sounds. And the writing probably be my last step. But I definitely want to know, recognize the alphabet, understand this, know the sound. And the other thing you say, and and learn the rules. You know, the different rules. Great thing. You said when it's on top is A and on bottom is I. And so in my little mind, I say, oh, AI. Yeah. So, just little things I'm trying to help myself to remember. And but like I say, I know there are some other rules. I definitely want to understand the rules and apply those rules and things of that nature. But like I said, looking forward to getting on into this. And we are familiar with some of it, but I know you're gonna take us deeper in Islam. I don't know if you just dropped off.
Oh no, I'm still here.
Oh, you still here? Oh, okay. Yeah, Islam. So gratitude, God, man, for letting me share. That must have been Brother Marvin.
Well, Islamism. And gratitude for you sharing, Goddess and Queen. And we just want to say, the best is yet to come. And we definitely going to go into it. And for those who may be looking for the first time, make sure you go back and look at the playback, because we're going to get into this information. But, we just like to be thorough when we bring it forth. And that's why we run the history down like we do. I actually had more coming from the brother Mustafa Gadala, but I didn't put it in there. Y'all already had a book. I actually came from a portion out of it, but I actually took pictures and sent them from my phone to my computer. But y'all already got the book, and mashallah, we'll probably go into some of this in our next session with the family to use the hammer of repetition, so to speak. So now that our people know the origins, it should be easier now for them to be able to digest the information when we start bringing it to them. So this is just the first lesson in the course of 7. So that being said, Sister Curta Bay, you can definitely take us into third heaven. Islam.
Okay. Islam. January 15, 1929, a warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical, agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be a severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Drew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways, by the order of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Go in peace, Moors. Great class, Islam.
Great class. Peace and love, family.
And love, family, grand class.
Great class.
Peace and
Yes.
love and love. Beautiful
Woo-hoo.
love.
Woo-wee. Yes, sir.
Binge.
Yes. You had that scimitar smoking.
Is the brain smoking as well?
Oh, I love it, y'all.
Yes. Praise the Lord. Peace and
Praise
love.
the Lord. Peace and love, family.
I can't wait to listen to this.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam, family. Rome kicked me off of there again.
I
Praise
was
be to Allah.
Yep. All is well.
all is
I
well.
was trying to whip up our government measure, and it kicked me off the first time. But it actually stopped it. But then when I tried to do it again, it said, "All right, get on up out of here." So I had to shut my whole computer down,
Woo.
to get back in here.
Hey, that's all right. You got the message out.
Oh yeah, Islamism without the schism.
Grand class.
Great class,
Gratitude.
y'all, man. See y'all in Sunday school. Islam.
See our family in Sunday school.
Peace
Peace
and
and
love.
love.
I want to give honors to our family out there in social media as well for checking in. Our family, Human Thought, Swag 9 Mil Metaverse, Marquise, Cameron Man Bay, Born Dog, Noble Bryan, Michael Leroy Bay, creator of the Boundless Universe. We give honors to you. Who else? Thad D. All y'all. It's all love, family. Peace and love. We'll see y'all at the next section.
Islam. Gratitude.
Islam, family. Gratitude. Peace and love, scribe.
Peace and love.